Bug bounties
bounty.
versus formal engagements.
Okay. And then who runs it? Who's the host? Moderator?
We are live. Hello and welcome to the CounterSurveil podcast. I am your host with your co-host Nathan, and this week we have our guest Sledge, a very talented penetration tester. We were going to also have somebody who is going to represent bug bounties because our topic this week is penetration testing versus bug bounty hunting. Unfortunately, our bug bounty hunting guest flaked. However, we have somebody who is willing to come on next Monday and represent Bug Bounty. So this week, I will cosplay as a Bug Bounty hunter. Yes, and I will take the side of that in all conversational topics. It will be fun. Nathan, I'm going to lean on you a little bit to run it just a little in terms of asking some questions that your average person might have about what is the difference between bug bounty hunting and penetration testing. And once again, if I misrepresent those wonderful bug bounty guys, don't come hack my shit. I'm just playing a role for a podcast.
It might be a fun conversation because I'm pretty sure we might have different opinions on this.
Oh, yeah. Most certainly will.
Yeah, when I was thinking about the topic, I wasn't trying to think of getting it into a conversation of which is better, but merely what to expect from each one, right? Mm-hmm. So there's each has its pros and its cons, and both, I believe, are horribly misunderstood.
Right.
Okay, so let's, I guess, get started.
Excellent.
So one of the things that comes up a lot when you talk about are we going to do bug bounties or are we going to do a formal engagement is price per vulnerability, right? So and that means what's the client paying per discovery, right? So where do you think that we see more of that in formal engagement or bug bounty?
Man, the biggest thing I can think of is it depends, because the formal engagement is more structured, but at the same time, the bug bounties are normally like, yeah, we'll pay you if you found something. Like a bug bounty is finding what the actual bad guys are going to be looking at, like real red team stuff, not just a pen test for compliance or whatever.
I agree.
So I'm not sure about the price, though. Some of those bug bounties get up there.
Oh, yeah. You got like $1 million for an iPhone vulnerability that can do a 0-click. So, like, some vulnerabilities out there really depends also on the marketplace. Like, you get Zero Dimium. They pay a lot of money, but they will sell that shit right to a nation state. Whereas if you go with, like, HackerOne, they're going to do responsible disclosure. Mm-hmm. They'll go through the proper channels and they will get the thing fixed, but also try and get you some money, while at the same time, from my understanding, at least from my friend who works there, who might be painting them in a better light than they deserve, will try not to get you in trouble for having reported it, kind of act as a middleman for you.
I had some bad experiences with a bug bounty program because I found 2 vulnerabilities in Facebook, and I was expecting maybe like $500 according to their documents, but they responded to me saying, "Oh, that's a feature. We meant to do that." The next day it was fixed.
We fixed our feature. Thank you for reporting it. We fixed it real good. Yeah, it sucks when that happens. I think there's also different expectations in different scenario there. So if you're doing a pen test, you're hired as a pen tester, like Sledge does for a living. Like, people like Sledge know their shit. Very, very good at doing that specific job and staying within scope. And I think scope is a big issue here. Bug bounties also have a scope.
Right.
You can find something on a network that allows bug bounty, but it might not be in scope, and you can't report it if you find it. What do you do with it?
Good question. Even on a pen test. Because even on a pen test, if you accidentally go out of scope, the client, I've had this happen before. I got an SSRF on a multi-tenant host, and it pulled off all the data from everyone else because it wasn't identified in scope that was multi-tenant. So we had to go back and revise the report and pull all that off and not even report it as a finding. So that's annoying as hell. It's like, come on, guys, fix it.
So with the formal engagement, you have your rules of engagement, you have the scope, right, and that's all decided beforehand. Now, when it comes to bug bounties, right, the scope is there and it's decided unilaterally by the client, and then you have to stay within that scope. Could either of you give me an example of what bug bounty scope could potentially look like?
Sure. You go on HackerOne, you look at a bunch of the ones that are open to anyone who has already signed up for HackerOne to compete. A lot of the time it's public facing web addresses, like web servers they've got publicly in the cloud. A lot of the times things like their Amazon backend, like an S3 bucket, completely out of bounds because that's hosted by Amazon. Even though you might be able to find, say, an open S3 bucket, you can't touch that. That's not in bounds of the bug bounty. If you report it, you're not going to get any money. So your typical one I've seen tends to be these IP addresses and these ports, and you're allowed to scan these IPs and go through the services running on these ports, but anything outside of that's outside the scope. I think Sludge can talk too about the frustrations of doing a pen test when they won't allow you to say put phishing in scope, when phishing's a really good way to get in.
So this actually opens up another conversation, the difference between red team and pen testing. Because red team, it's more like do whatever you can to try to get in. Pen testing, you have that really selective scope that you have to adhere to, and that's what the company's paying for. So like, sure, there's situations where you're doing an internal or an external or something and you don't find anything. So you're sitting here thinking, man, if I could do some phishing real quick, we could get in, but it's out of scope.
And the client's paying for what they consider to be something they're going to be putting on their assessment, saying this is accurate representation of our threat surface and how a hacker would get in, but then tying the hacker's hands, saying you can't do
Right.
a lot of the stuff a real hacker would do. It is
Right.
certainly frustrating wall to hit, but at the same time, you have to be very careful when you're running a pen test company to stay in scope and make sure your testers stay in scope. Bug bounties too. If you report a bug bounty that's outside of scope, not only will you not get paid for it, you might get in trouble for going outside of scope too.
Yeah, that's a great follow-up question. Is legalities? What type of problems could a bug bounty participant see versus what a security consultancy could see if it goes out of scope?
The thing there about getting in trouble though is also with bug bounties, do you have your own insurance, or is the bug bounty like HackerOne providing insurance for you as a contractor if something bad happens? Because as in my situation, I have to have like 5 million or something of insurance in case something happens.
You got 5, I got 3. I thought 3 was plenty.
I started out with 3, but then they did a deal.
We'll give you more insurance.
5. It's cheaper than the 3.
Yeah. So Nathan, back to your question there. I think the difference, the initial question anyway, in terms of money you're going to get for your dollar, it can't really be measured in number of vulnerabilities. Instead, it's likelihood that the data you're going to get is useful to you. Like anybody can run a vuln scanner against somebody's environment and give them a bunch of low-level vulnerabilities that don't need to be fixed and aren't going to give them any value. And most of the time, you'll just tie up web developers charging out the wazoo to fix these little issues that don't pose an actual security threat. Whereas you do a pen test, you're going to get somebody who literally knows how to get in from a place they're not supposed to get in. And once they're in there, they're going to know how to pivot and get, say, your domain admin account using wonderful little tools that we're all familiar with. Or if you're like Sledge, sometimes you're the one who writes the tools, but or makes the tools bend to your will because they are not working the way they're supposed to, and you're on a timer. You got to make this shit work. So you're getting a specialist essentially, as opposed to somebody who's just going to run a scanner and now put a pretty report that is not really valuable. So
that is a big problem that I've been finding with other consultant companies is they'll just run Nessus and throw it in a report and call it a pen test. I'm just like, dudes, I wouldn't even have reported any of this. Report the important stuff, because assume they already have this shit stuff. They've got to be doing their own internal vulnerability scanning. At least most big clients are going to be.
They should be. I mean, if you're a large company and you're not already running some kind of internal vuln scanning program, you really should be. A patch management program on top of that. And how do you prioritize what you're going to patch? Well, you scan to find out what's vulnerable. And there's like different levels too. Like you can run commercial tools. If you got more time than you've got money, you can also run open source tools, and the cost of that is having somebody keeping that tool working and not breaking and keeping it functional so that you can use it in production. And that's just, if you have more resources, let somebody run some open source shit in your open VAS. Yeah, what they rebranded to Greenbone, right? Greenbone vulnerability scanner. And if you want a stable version of it, you can grab their ISO that's technically marked as a trial version that never actually expires. You can continue to run that solidly in production for about 4 months, and then you're going to have to replace it with a new version and migrate your data over because it becomes unstable. I've done that in production. Don't recommend it. Just pay a little bit more and get like a Nessus license. If you have a lot of money, get like a, they have actual platforms out there. So you don't just have to have a single scanner. You can have a fleet of scanners and do something like Insight VM from Rapid7, or like have all these scanners go out to your entire infrastructure if you have a big, and it pulls data from everywhere, puts it back in a nice central database, and then you can look at that and be like, I really got to fix this freaking print nightmare vulnerability. It's been 2 years and it's still on my network. Why is it still there? Well, there you go. It's literally right in red in front of you. Now prioritize and get some resources to go fix it.
That's almost a segue to a different conversation, but I don't want to derail us. But I recently tested out some automated pen test software that you sit on your environment, kind of like an automated vuln scanner, but this one actually attempts exploitation. And I ran it in my lab. I'm not going to say the name of it, but I ran it in my lab with 300 vulnerabilities, and it found like one thing.
Well, I definitely like where we're going with the tool stuff. Remember to try to keep the vernacular simple, or add in explanations and definitions and stuff like that, because the show is supposed to be educational for startups and people who are just learning about security and everything like that. So let's try not to forget about that. Now, I would imagine it could be said that a bug bounty program would get a lot more eyes onto a project, but you wouldn't have the same quality of tools. I would imagine people participating in bug bounties. So if we want to get into tools and start talking about those, then I think that could be a pretty valuable.
So like a big one I've seen, I forget the name of the tool. Well, it's a Burp Suite plugin. A lot of guys on YouTube that talk about bug bounties and stuff, they look for IDOR's, what was it? What did that stand for? Insecure reference. Indirect. Yeah. But there's a plugin for Burp Suite that looks for that. I use what's called Auth Matrix, usually in my testing.
Matrix? Yeah. I have not used that. Is that a Burp plugin?
Yeah. It's pretty nice. And then there's Authorizer too, or Autorizers, however it's spelled.
Oh, Authorizer. Yeah, I have that one on. It's like Authorizer, but without the H, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have that one.
IDORs have seemed to be a big problem lately, or at least a big hotness.
When it comes to APIs, it happens more frequently than you would expect because they do not scope access rights properly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nathan, IDORs. You door, I door, we all door. Let's take this door to the next question.
All right. Going back to the whole entire legality thing. So if an independent researcher goes out and they find something critical, right? And they want to disclose it, they want to speak about it at a conference. What type of coverage do they not have that they would have at a formal consultancy?
Oh crap! Can you repeat the question?
I wasn't listening. What did you say?
I was reading.
All right.
We all have
So,
ADHD. Look, a butterfly.
Disclosure is a lot easier. Disclosure is a lot more simple when you're working with a formal engagement. Whereas I've worked with hackers that were independent and wanted to disclose stuff and talk about it at the village, and they couldn't get disclosure done, and it was a really, really hard time. Any of you have any anecdotes or any stories or anything about that?
I think it boils down to contract versus no contract. So NDAs and all that.
Right. The difference between responsible disclosure, coordinated disclosure.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. Why don't we break it down what responsible disclosure is for those who are watching who have no idea what the hell that is. So say you're a noob and you're scanning a network and you find some crap, right? And you don't know that there's a whole process in place for when you find something, and instead you just reach out to somebody on a forum and maybe post the 0-day vulnerability that you found, and all of a sudden everybody's writing code for that. That was an irresponsible way to disclose that vulnerability. Why is that? You didn't give the company any time to try and fix it before making it public. You shared it with people before understanding its impact and how bad it could be. So say you found something really bad, like the vulnerability behind WannaCry that was a wormable SMB vulnerability that could have been used. If you had put a public proof of concept code of that out there, and it got then taken and put into somebody's botnet and used to hack a bunch of computers, are you technically culpable? Is kind of a good question there. Is it your fault? No, maybe not. You were a bit ignorant, but if you were responsible and did responsible disclosure, there's a whole process in place where you contact the company. Usually, it used to be you did it yourself. Now, it seems the prevailing school of thought is you should do it through one of these major bug bounty platforms to avoid some of the liability and have a deal in place with them. But you report this vulnerability, you give them X amount of time to fix it. If they don't fix it in that amount of time, technically you're supposed to just give them more time to fix it.
So there is another point here, which is if they are going through, let's say, HackerOne, for argument's sake, that means they are willing to accept the feedback versus I've heard stories of people that find something, they'll report it to the company and just get nothing back, no feedback, sometimes even legality issues because they didn't sign up for it.
When I was a budding script kiddie, I had reached out to a couple of companies when I found things. Usually getting threatened with legal. Like that was kind of the default, was don't tell anybody what you found or the lawyers will eat you alive.
Sell it to the government.
Yeah. A lot of the times the stuff you find they don't care about, like you find cross-site scripting, they don't give a shit because the threat there tends to be, well, depending on if it's reflected or stored, mind you, but even then they usually don't give a shit about that, even though it can be used for some evil, especially if you combine it with a good phishing campaign. You know, there's some real good shit you can do with that. You get the admin to log in from an email link you sent them, and you get those creds if you set your shit up right. You know, there's some cool shit you can do with beef too, like see what other people are doing on their browser just by the fact that they're on a vulnerable website that you're controlling. If they're on their Gmail, you can see a lot of the emails they've got open.
Yep. Beef
There's
is
cool
awesome.
shit with beef that you can do. It really works better in Firefox that not a lot of people use anymore.
Have you seen the new hotness, Evil Jinx?
Well, Evil Jinx is a great phishing toolkit, mind you.
It goes
my
after
opinion,
two-factor.
Yeah, it's a good way to bypass two-factor by essentially writing in on a session cookie that you capture. Somebody authenticates, and then they click their little Okta or whatever, yes, and then you're in when they're in, and you got about 24 hours of access if that's how it's set up, usually by default.
It's pretty neat.
See how much damage you can do in about a day riding in as somebody with zero knowledge of an environment. And that's why we have things called initial access brokers. So and when somebody gets in who doesn't know what the hell they're doing, they sell that on an IAB marketplace if they're a bad guy. And then somebody who really knows what they're doing has already encrypted everything on that network and is ransoming it by the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
More often than not, though, you need somebody with decent skills to be able to do a lot of pivoting and do that shit in 24 hours. That's a lot to do in 24. But
Yeah.
you got some good threat actors out there with some really badass tools who can pull that off in that limited amount of time. If not, at least get the crown jewels and get out without being noticed.
I worked for one company where the guy got in, and instead of trying to do all that, he created a new admin account and sat there in the network for years before anybody noticed. He was even on the threat calls and the email threads, like seeing what they saw.
Did he do the one where he creates a group of like maybe the people in the InfoSec team, but that group is really him? I've seen that one done. That's pretty clever. It's like, yeah, is that an email or is that a group? I can't really tell looking in Outlook, but you're copying the threat actor on all your emails now to your group. Or just add somebody to like a DA group, but not the main DA group, but like you have a delegated thing. Like people in this group are also DAs, so you take advantage of that. You know, it's a service account that's got DA privileges that really doesn't need it. Kerberos that shit if it's got its stuff showing in AD, and any user can really see that. Doesn't even need admin proofs.
And then see if you can get Bloodhound to run.
Dude, getting Bloodhound to run, Sharphound, mind you, sometimes is a bit of a bitch if you've got a Windows shell without privileges. I have had issues with that where I got like a shell in a Windows box and I'm using like Metasploit as an example.
Yeah.
And now I got to run Sharphound and can't get it to freaking work right. I try to open a proxy port and like run it from my local machine and do it that way and like redirect it, but shit breaks. It's difficult sometimes. I got to do that AD lab you set up if you can ever fix your permissions.
Hey, it should be working now. But to your point, though, I guess it depends on the connectivity. If the connection is solid, you can SSH everything through that.
Yeah. The Cyber Plumber's Handbook is like masterful at explaining.
Oh, I love it.
It's freaking awesome resource.
There's so much cool stuff you can do with SSH.
It's pretty much one of the most versatile tools. And now that they've got SSH as a Windows binary, there's even more fun shit you can do when you have a Windows machine that's got an SSH binary on it. Tunneling.
Yep.
So I went off the rails here talking about tools. It was bound to happen, and I apologize. But SideQuest has been completed. Also, for those of you who don't know, a lot of the commercial tools like CrowdStrike literally rebuild the same shit hackers have and then sell it to you for a lot more money. So what Bloodhound is a way to visualize the attack paths and how they can get you to domain administrator using graph theory. Graph theory is freaking awesome. Have you ever played with Maltego? It's a good example of graph theory, being able to visualize data that otherwise is just text, drawing conclusions between the data, paths. Like if you see this thing, then that thing, this person's account has access to this. That means they can reset that password, and that's a domain admin. Even though this person may be a low privilege and a help desk guy, if you compromise their account, you can use that to get DA kind of stuff.
This
visualized.
Guy's got access to this, to that, to that. This guy's DA. You can hop to this to get to that.
It's really cool shit. And like you get a commercial tool like CrowdStrike, and they will take that beautiful data set and sell it back to you and charge you for access to it. But it is cool nonetheless to be able to see the attack paths, even if you're paying for it instead of just doing it yourself. And then you can fix them too. Like, for instance, should your help desk really be able to reset a domain admin password, or should you have a process in place where only a domain admin can reset a domain admin password? Perhaps an enterprise admin should be the only one who can reset a domain admin password. Maybe there should only be one enterprise admin. All these fun things. But let's get back to Nathan's questions about the difference between bug bounties, penetration testing, and whatever else we were talking about.
Right. So with a formal engagement, right, you're gonna scope everything out. You're gonna have sales engineer involved in everything like that, and there's going to be the proper incentives. Now, when it goes to bug bounties, then again, it's unilateral, where the company says what they're willing to put out. If the incentives don't align, what types of things can result?
Good question.
One thing of thought here would be sometimes if they don't pay enough, the incentive would be make more money off the dark web or whatever, sell it to somebody malicious.
I'm not going to talk much today, but yeah,
would never do that.
No, that's true. But also, if your bug bounty program is pathetic compared to the critical vulnerability that you have exposed, then it's not even responsible disclosure at that point. It's someone deciding, do I want to gamble for $50,000? Do I want to gamble for what else I think I can get? So I do think most bug bounty programs are kind of underscoped. Just saying, they look small. They assume that a lot of us are willing to do responsible disclosure and be patient, but they don't project that act swinging in the other direction of, hey, let me just sell this data set, sell this access. Yeah, forgive me, guys. I'm a little under the weather. I'm not gonna chime in too much today, but yeah, absolutely. Dogpiling on that to say, yeah, those incentives are not super well the value of assets that people put out there. Sloppy.
Sled, do you want to know what I saw on a recent engagement? A company decided to set up their own OAuth portal, and then they decided to roll their own crypto on that portal.
Oh God, friends don't let friends roll their own crypto.
So
did you break it or what?
I can't talk about that, but I can get very high level.
Now,
if I did, it would have made a great report that I cannot share.
Fair enough.
Should a company expect different quality of a report from a bug bounty participant or a formal engagement?
A bug bounty report would be very specific. An actual engagement, when you write a report, you're talking to at least 3 different groups. So you've got executive, the engineers, the high-level stuff, and then you break down the vulnerabilities you find. And that's if you find something. Because I'm of the mindset that you don't report on something that you can't exploit. So it doesn't look like a home scan.
I like that methodology. So many people will fill their report with shit that's not exploitable. And not just I don't have enough time to exploit it, but just plain out, even if you had all day and week to freaking try and develop something, you would still not be able to exploit it. But we're going to put it in the report just because we have nothing else is such a useless.
Yeah. Hey, your TLS versions, 8 of them are outdated. Let's put 8 different findings in this report. Come on.
You're using an outdated cipher. All right. Well, what's the threat? Well, somebody can man the middle of your traffic. Well, where would they have to be to do that? If
Exactly.
They already have to have a pretty good level of access to man the middle of the traffic. Depending though. What if it's a crypto project and somebody's man the middling the TLS traffic? Is there any different threat scope there, Sheldon?
No, I was cackling in the fact that yes, they're on a router somewhere, an ISR between the 2 companies. Therefore, it's man in the middle. No, I was thinking about something else, and I'm a little COVID brain fog. Forgive me, but
no,
my place.
I was thinking maybe if you combine it with a BGP hijack, which not many hackers not even know how to do, let alone are willing to undertake. Willing to undertake the risk involved of doing something that's stupid and not having like the freaking party van show up at your house 20 minutes later.
I mean, just the effort it takes to find a vulnerable a peer of an ISP in the United States at this point. The effort that takes, nobody's doing that. Nobody's
Hats off
getting
to you.
yeah. Like at
Hats
that
off
point,
to you
that's
if
the
you can
bounty
find
right
a
there.
BGP hijack.
Well, not in the U.S., but maybe somewhere like, I don't know, Moldova might have one, just as a thought. Other countries that
I would have
Yes,
guessed us just because internet is well policed in a lot of other countries. There's direct integration with the government that came from them helping them build it up. Yeah, just a guess. Moldova, an interesting counter guess.
No, you're right. So I was just making an example of a pie in the sky kind of attack that's not likely to be involved. But when you're reporting stuff, if you're reporting stuff where the threat model and the exploitation path involved is literally somebody needs to have nation state kind of vulnerabilities to exploit them and make it an effective thing against the company, is that worth reporting, Sledge?
depends.
Is your company nation state grade? Is your company, larger than economies of scale that are partnered with this country? That's one of war games. I was going to dogpile also on the premise of if you can't exploit it, it doesn't belong in a report. I've been assigned to chase down lots of vulnerabilities that didn't exist, and then have to go validate that they don't exist. Write that, show that, come back. It kind of
Prove
defeats the
false
purpose of
positive
paying.
or true.
Yep, hundreds of times in a few cases.
Yeah.
Just seeing the same PHP version over and over again. Like, yes, I know you shouldn't be using that, but also if they're not using Kachak, it doesn't really matter. Like, come on, it just.
One of the major faults with a lot of these vulnerability scanning tools is that they're working on version detection alone and not then checking, for instance, if it's an HTTP, if it's an Apache vulnerability on like that requires Apache Tomcat and a specific module to be enabled for the vulnerability to work. All they're checking is the Apache version. They're not checking that module is also enabled and running. So you're getting all these false detections based on specifically a version number. And then you got to, as a client, work with your team trying to patch stuff that doesn't need to be patched, sometimes on a Friday, just because this just dropped, sometimes on a holiday weekend. Because your vulnerability scanning tool told you this is vulnerable and it's web facing. So of course it's a priority. But if you're having a pen tester do that, you're just asking to bend over, and like that's not the way pen testing should be. You're hiring somebody who's a specialist who knows.
So I always tell clients you could pay for a vulnerability scan or a pen test. Big difference.
Wrong. I'm gonna pay for a pen test, but get a vulnerability scan.
Okay, let's say that you're working with a company that maybe only had a Series A and they're a little light on cash. Would a consultancy ever recommend a bug bounty once the billable hours have been exhausted, if the budget isn't really there for in-depth stuff?
Man, would I even recommend a bug bounty? I guess why not? Because if you're going to get hacked, have a bug bounty.
I mean, I'd rather see a small one than none, right? It shows that effort.
But what I'm trying to say, though, is sure, have a bug bounty, but that doesn't replace annual, quarterly pen tests or whatever you need to do.
Make sure you still pay Sledge, but you can also have a bug bounty.
That's right.
So my answer to that question is a little different. If you've got a limited budget, right, and you only have so much money to spend on pen testing or so much money to spend on your vulnerability program, the best place you can put that money, once a year at minimum, you should have a pen test, right? It's not because it's a standard or like it's recommended. It's because if you are looking at the same stuff every day and you're not going to see something that somebody who's coming from the outside is going to see with a fresh set of eyes, who's not like zoned in on what you're looking at, and having that new set of eyes look at what your environment is from the outside in. Look at your threat model from the attacker point of view, not from the defender point of view, because those are two very different mindsets. Sometimes you can have an awesome blue team who is on their game, and still there's a freaking low-hanging fruit vulnerability none of them saw because none of them know that's where to look for it.
Dude, that is a good point. The fresh eyes on something. I was working at a company where they would just give us the same clients every year, and they wouldn't mix up the pen testers. So I started talking to them. I was like, hey, let's get a fresh set of eyes on here. Let me swap out with this other guy. And then we both find new stuff on these environments that we didn't see before.
How many times have you come across where you're doing a test a year later on the same environment and they haven't fixed a damn thing that you were getting
All
with your
the
last
time.
report?
All the
It's
time.
like infuriating where you want to pull your hair out. It's like even a year. Your vulnerabilities have gone up and everything I told you about last year is still there. Why did I even test your shit other than to get the money? I'm happy for the money, mind you. But why are you not fixing the shit? That's the whole reason of paying for the test.
I could just send them the same damn report from the previous year, just change the dates. And they wouldn't even know.
It's frustrating, and especially when these reports that a pen tester might send include false positives, like you were talking about. Like you said specifically something I think is not true for a lot of people who call themselves pen testers who might not very well be, where you're only going to report on something if it's actually going to lead to a vulnerability happening, like somebody getting it, a breach. Like if it's shit, if it's a vulnerability that doesn't affect them, why tell them about it so that they can waste resources trying to chase something that is not going to lead to them getting hacked, which is what they're paying you for.
But it's also wasting the pen tester's time because, like we said before, they should already be doing vuln scans in the first place.
Now, what a lot of companies do, and I think a big gap that exists right now are web app scans that are detailed. Web app scanning, like using Burp Suite, right? I'm doing it, like toss a couple of plugins, even the automated scan is way better.
Acunetics.
Not familiar, but there's a big gap in my mind anyway. And I work for a large Fortune 500 company in finding software that's going to integrate well with the existing tools that can do really good web app scans and find like those esoteric vulnerabilities you're not going to find unless you're doing a Burp Suite scan and with the right plugins configured. And even if you like are not Burp certified and don't know how to use the tool like you should if you're using it, it still sometimes will find stuff, and you can then manually verify as even a halfway decent tester. A lot of these tools don't even find that. They'll like list out old versions of a library that exists on a web server. Mm-hmm. You've got old Bootstrap. What's the threat model with old Bootstrap? Well, whatever. But at the same time, can it lead to the website getting hacked is what we care about usually as a company would get, right? If you're a company, what do I want to know? Do I want to know that my Bootstrap version's two versions behind and that it poses no threat and that's a finding? Or do I want to know that there's a vulnerable jQuery vulnerability on there that could actually be exploited and that could lead to somebody dumping the database? That's something I would care about. But, a lot of these tools don't show you that.
I do have to say also that Burp Suite, if you like false positives, Burp Suite is your friend.
Dude, I had Burp Suite tell me there was SQL injection in a cookie that I went and spent 5 hours trying to fucking find, and there was nothing there. I literally was pulling my hair out. I'm like, how did it find this? I can't replicate it. Maybe it's smarter than I am. No, it was a false positive, but it was a well-looking false positive. The way that it showed me, I was like, there's definitely an attack path here. There was nothing. And I wasted 5 hours of my life that I would like to get back. I can't get that back. That's my life. It's gone.
I'm surprised that it couldn't figure out that SSRF I mentioned. I was just dicking around into the test. I was like, what happens if I put refer equals localhost? And then boom, it dumps the whole freaking database. I was like, what the hell?
That's not an SSRF. That's host header injection. And I run across that. And that is fucking awesome when that works because they're configured to give data to people operating on the local machine. And the only thing that they're verifying to prove that's the local machine is the header. And you can spoof the header. so you can act like you're on the local machine and ask a question that's only supposed to
Yep.
respond to. That's great when you find that and it works. I found that on a freaking password system I can't talk about that's used in a lot of companies. It's literally the front door. It's like, hey, you want to reset your password? This is what you use. I found that on a pen test. I can't talk too much about it, but it's out there. And also the company who makes it is not making any effort to fix it, mind you. But
Yeah. There's one I probably shouldn't talk about. I'll digress.
don't talk about it. We don't want to get in trouble. We got to be ethical. And then when we get drunk, we'll talk to each other and tell each other about it. But that's
I think
different.
I've already told you that story.
Yeah. The cheapest way to get a 0 day is to get a hacker drunk, I believe.
Absolutely.
Nathan.
Okay.
Redirect.
Yes. Got
Your
one for
job
you.
is to redirect. We know we'll get off topic. You're the
you
straight
brought up-
man.
You brought up not reporting things that weren't exploitable. Could you define that for the people listening?
So when you run a vulnerability scan, you'll see things like ciphers out of date or certain things need to be updated. Just a bunch of like weird things that are not exploitable. Like you cannot take advantage of these findings to gain access or compromise anything. Those are what I would say, leave that in a vulnerability report versus a pen test, which is, hey, these are the things that we were able to exploit, and this is the path we took to gain access.
Let's do some more definitions. What about payload?
Yeah, so a payload is basically what you use. Well, it depends. It could be an exploit, it could be a payload, depending on the situation. But basically, the payload is what gets on the target computer to either call back or do something malicious or basically gain access.
Well defined.
Right. Who are we're just rapid firing questions now. Who are your most probable phishing targets?
HR people.
Ooh, I've
They'll
had
open
some
any document you send
90%. I had one that was a 90% success rate. It was gnarly, but that was everybody.
Everybody always forgets the graphic designer. They build all the slides for the C-suite. They have everything, and they so much love getting some attention.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, they're
Gatekeepers are good too. Secretaries, you get on their computer, they have a lot more access than you'd think.
Man, I did a voice phishing engagement one time. There was hundreds and hundreds of phone numbers, right? But they all went to the same 12 people. And I got them all to tell me everything that was in the database. I got a nice report going. And then they started recognizing my voice. So I had a lady friend of mine call them. And they ended up giving her or sending her actual PII and x-rays from a patient to her personal email. It was crazy.
Wow, that's good, man. You see a chick who does the DEF CON vishing at the village?
Yeah.
With the baby crying in the background sound, and people give up anything to get her off the phone. It is great.
I tried that voice transmogrifier thing to sound like an old lady, but the lag was like 4 seconds, and the dude on the other side just started laughing.
It's great. That's the importance of running your tools locally and having a decent computer. But yeah. I've seen some really cool stuff at the Social Engineering Village that's recorded online. If people are interested in that kind of shit with vishing, definitely go look at those talks. They're all online for you to look at. Some of them are on Adrian's channel too, which is the channel you're probably currently watching this on. Just go look at the other videos.
There's also a social engineering podcast.
Yeah, is that the one Hadnaggy runs, or is somebody else?
He used to. I think somebody else does now.
Yeah, I don't think what Hadnaggy was accused of is what actually happened. But
yeah, that was all dumb. Ugh.
I don't want to get too much into InfoSec politics because that's a whole freaking minefield. You say the wrong thing in this industry, and people.
It's a shame. That was one of the best villages by far. That was a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We should ask him to run it our thing, Nathan.
All right. All right, let's we've been talking about HackerOne. There's We Are the Cavalry. There's a whole bunch of bug bounty platforms. Are there any major differences between them?
Yes. So some bug bounty programs are only accessible to people within a specific geographic region.
Yes.
Yep. And there's a really good Russian one that you're only really supposed to be able to submit stuff to if you are a Russian person. And there's a really good US one. Well, there's 3 really good US ones. I'd say HackerOne, Integrity, and
Integrity. That's the one I was thinking of.
Are all good here. And then in Russia, you have one really big one that pretty much, if you're a Russian, you sell your exploit to that, and then they give that to the government, and you get your money for it. And then there's the ones that are sketch, like Zero Dimium, where they'll buy an exploit from pretty much anybody, but they're likely going to sell it to a bad guy to use. And they pay a lot of money for it, but at the same time, you'll feel like you won't be able to sleep at night if you sell them anything, most likely, because they are very unethical, in my opinion. And don't sue me if you any assholes who work for that company are listening, but you guys know what you do.
You know what you do.
My opinion are my own and do not represent the company I work for.
That is the standard disclaimer. Dude, my company doesn't even want me to mention their name if I go to a hacking conference. They don't want any fucking knowledge of that they exist. They're like, don't talk about us. You work here, but you don't work here if you're at a conference. I don't blame them, honestly. Having a higher than needed threat model where people are looking at your shit who don't need to be looking at it is not wise. Don't draw attention to yourself if you don't need to. Now, if you are a company that specializes in like defense capabilities and you get hacked, that's pretty embarrassing, and that does happen a lot too. Mitnick got hacked a few times just because people wanted to say that they owned the supposed greatest hacker in the world. It's funny.
Supposed, yes.
Don't paint a target on your back if you don't need a target painted there. Is pretty good advice, I think, for most companies.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are going to run a bug bounty program and you define a scope, make it a reasonable scope, right? Don't put nothing in there that you already know might be vulnerable. If you're going to actually participate for real. Put your IPs in there that run your web services and say everything that you can freaking throw at this is in scope. And if you're going to freaking participate and then not pay somebody when they find something, guess what? There are records of that out there that somebody sent you a vulnerability and you decided not to pay, or people take note of that over time, and reputation is important in this industry. So, if you're going to be a scumbag, don't be a scumbag when it comes to paying people who are very good at hacking into shit, who are trying to be ethical, because not everybody has infinite patience. We do, because we're awesome, but
You did just say something that sparked another thought about the difference between bug bounty and a pen test. So in a pen test, what you said was like participation on the client's part, right? So we have them give us credentials for everything, like user 1, user 2, admin 1, admin 2, and then we just go from there. And you can't really do that with a bug bounty.
Well, that's a white box test too. So that's an important distinction between white box and black box testing.
Yeah.
Also, like if you're going to do a white box test, is it going to be internal or external? These are all distinctions that are very important when you're scoping an engagement. And also, one of the things that will kill a company faster than anything else is something called scope creep, as defined in the pen test execution standard by our wonderful friend David Kennedy, who went in very good depth as to why that will kill any company. If you promise the world to a client but only have enough man hours to do something, you're going to have a bad day. Like, be very careful in what you promise and your deliverables and what you're going to define if you're a pen tester. Don't promise the world if you can't deliver the world, because
don't overpromise and underdeliver.
It's better to over how do you put this? It's better to tell the client you're probably not going to find anything and then have them very surprised when you find something, than promise them you're going to find something, or promise them you're going to be able to get in within the limited scope they give you and then not be able to do it, because you're just setting yourself up for failure.
Mm-hmm.
I want to throw a wrench in for a second, because there's a level of B2B that I think we'd all love. If people just kind of kept their professionalism up and, had some patience to some degree, that would be nice. That's not how the world works. I have to mention this because it was absolutely hilarious, and these clowns follow me on Twitter, so I got to call them out. Certic apparently doesn't have any internal controls for the people who work with them. I'm not sure they even know who's working for them. And it's funny to me that this crap with crypto exchange, if you guys aren't familiar, someone who works at a supposed, institution of crypto security, cough, cough, rubber stamp, they discovered a vulnerability at the exchange Kraken, reported it, and in the middle of reporting, disclosed to their two colleagues at Certic. And those two colleagues seem to have withdrawn $3 million from Kraken's treasury because they did not exploit the blockchains, as many people initially reported. They exploited the internal systems at Kraken, actually acquiring $4.5 million, leaving 1.5 million tokens on the exchange that Kraken's obviously claimed, and so on. But the part about this that makes this the funniest is not that Certic is, absolutely tripping over itself to try to explain why their people are, doing things that they shouldn't be doing. It's, first of all, curious to know what these individuals are being paid, because we only know the name of the one who stepped forward, who, seemed to be kind of following procedure, and then thought he could trust two people who worked with him directly in the same organization. And, those people looked at the situation and decided, hey, this isn't necessarily going to work out. This is a $1 million bug with a, less than $50,000 bounty on it. Let's get paid. So I hate that that's how that works, but that was pretty sad to watch that, if you run a security organization, you do need internal controls. I'm not saying don't let me have my lab, but you can sanitize the business area from my lab and then say, hey, you shouldn't be going on Kraken with your company email whether you're testing.
Fair. So, from my understanding, what happened with Kraken, which for those who are uninitiated is a cryptocurrency exchange where you go to buy and sell cryptocurrency. Recently, it was discovered that it was hit with an extortion attempt following the exploitation of a bug that enabled a security researcher and two associates to withdraw nearly $3 million from their treasury. The bug allowed users to artificially inflate their balances, and while it was reported through Kraken's bug bounty program, the exploitation and subsequent demands deviated from ethical hacking norms. I would certainly say deviated is a bit of a misnomer. They done it the wrong way. The incident did not affect users' funds directly, as the stolen funds came from Kraken's own reserves. Despite the breach, Kraken has expressed a continued commitment to its bug bounty programs and is working with law enforcement to address the situation and recover the stolen funds. The actions of the security researcher, who demanded additional compensation after exploiting the bug, have been classified as extortion rather than responsible disclosure. Once again, what is responsible disclosure, Sledge, if you could sum it up in maybe a sentence or two?
Not being an asshole.
I was hoping you'd say don't be a dick. Yeah, fuck yeah. Endorsed, excuse me.
Kraken has since emphasized the importance of stringent security measures and ethical responsibilities when it comes to bug bounty programs to prevent such occurrences in the future. Yes, emphasizing the importance of stringent security measures will certainly lead to that never happening again. So let's dissect it. What could have been done differently to prevent somebody with internal access from abusing internal access to steal funds? I mean, when you get under the hood here, this is all under the hood, right? So there's a bug. This bug lets you artificially inflate your account balance. If you could artificially inflate your real life bank account balance and then go withdraw that money, that's like an infinite money glitch, right? So in the crypto world, what's the difference?
Except for identity. The difference is identity. Because two of those people who participated in this grift, we don't know who they are. But one of them, they disclosed their personal information to Kraken. Certic is basically withholding the names of those two people. And there's a rumor going around that they don't have their names. So I just think that's hilarious.
But also in hindsight, if they had like an incentive for employees to say, hey, this is broken, maybe that could have been preventative.
Agree.
So Nathan, if somebody were to start a company where they allow pretty much anybody to disclose a vulnerability, maybe they write those vulnerabilities that are disclosed into, say, the blockchain, so that it's an immutable place where people can go and look at it and it exists like, it's a record out there. If that company existed and this scenario happened where somebody tried to do this, would that have prevented it in your mind, or would it have made it worse? How would that model work? If you want to have this kind of disclosure where somebody in a crypto project can say like, hey, I found this, and then not have two people then go and exploit it right away. Because we want to be able to protect necessarily people, right? If we're going to run a company that does this kind of stuff at some point. So how would you handle it if you're going to allow for anonymous disclosure, if then somebody anonymously discloses something and then exploits it after?
Well, yeah, I know the guys over there too, Sheldon. They're fantastic. Blake and all them. We had them speak at the blockchain village out at DEF CON. Well, you can get into Polyswarm. I don't know if you guys saw in the private chat. My nephew from Texas just walked in the door, so I think I'm gonna just flake right now. So I can drop a couple of the topics that I wanted you guys to touch on, and then just keep going. And I'll see you guys next Monday. All right.
Yeah, drop the topics. Either drop them in the private chat or the Signal group, and I will do my best not to let my ADHD make sure we never get to them.
All right, have a good time, guys. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Later.
So
To touch on it really quickly, there is a company that does that, and they do also offer feeds for less do-it-yourself products like CrowdStrike and Sentinel-1 and a few others. But it's Polyswarm. If you're not familiar, that is a cool place to report a 0-day. But also, I think that's an interesting premise for this, because if they did that, there's not an incentive. There's just a flag in the sand, like, hey, yes, I have the hash, I control this wallet, I'm the reporter of this, provably it's me. Like, that's cool, and I do really appreciate the value for that. But especially in a moment like this, where the vulnerabilities of production, the exploit is feasible, it's kind of like it's not an afterthought, but it would almost be like a sort of white flag to put up to say, hey, I'm not going to be a part of this, but also the code's public. So here's me making the official disclosure illegitimately in a way that's very formal and very traceable. So if you want to come after me for publishing a 0-day, then here I am. It's a bold move. I don't think it's always going to be the right thing. I think majority of the time it's probably secondary.
Yeah, that's risky as hell, but sometimes you got to do it.
If you want the fame, you got to accept the blame. It's like sometimes when it comes to responsible disclosure, if you want to be that guy who came out there and found that thing, if you are announcing it before they fixed it, and you're putting that out to anybody who could, whether they're a friend or somebody you trust or not, if they then take that information you gave them and do something bad with it, you're the one who found it first. And if you put in a bug bounty on that, that ties to you. So if you're going to talk to people about the shit that you're doing when you're working on, let's just call them projects, and you find something really interesting during the course of your project, and you decide you're going to claim that as a bounty, and you put in the paperwork, if you've talked to people in your friend group about that same project, and they're able to then take advantage of that and might be a little less ethical, say to take a couple of $1 million from a crypto company, I mean, who's the government going to come after for this kind of shit? Are they going to go after the guys they can't find, or the person who literally signed a piece of paper digitally saying, hey, I found this thing, this is a big vulnerability, you should fix it, and then right after that somebody did that thing? I mean, it's murky, it's scary. You got to weigh your pros and cons.
Another one of the if I cut you off, holler.
Be my guest. Cut me off, please.
So another thing is about responsible disclosure is, I haven't seen it so much lately, but back in the day, nobody would fix the thing until somebody said something and made it super public. So
Court of public opinion, right? Like to
Yeah.
leverage people. Yep.
Putting them on blast was all good back in the day of the CDC when they were in their heyday, and that was fun to do. It's not that day anymore. It's a very different time, and I was really, really into it back then, watching all that fun shit happen. That's why they put out Back Orifice, if you guys aren't familiar
Yeah.
with Back Orifice. That was one of the first really cool rats. If you remember Sub 7, back in the day, everybody had a copy of the server and client for Sub 7. They'd infect your freaking computers on the college network with it for the lulz. Nobody could detect it, even though it was really detectable for some reason. You could have a botnet with Sub 7 and like really, not real botnet, mind you, but like a rat with a bunch of clients to it fairly easily. And then Back Orifice, same kind of shit. Microsoft puts out a vulnerable product. They refuse to fix back office. What do? They write a program that literally takes advantage of it and lets you turn that computer into a bot, for lack of a better term. CDC and the people at CDC were definitely some idols at one point. I really dislike modern day CDC, to be completely honest, because of the way
I've
they
got their
treated
coin
a
around
friend
here
of mine.
somewhere.
Look, Veggie, Death Veggie, and a bunch of those other dudes over there are too into politics, and they got to get their heads out of their ass and get back into hacking and
Yeah.
stop trying to fucking play politics. And also, I would not trust the fucking code in that tool that they dropped at DEF CON last year, Valid. Colin from our fucking group of friends looked at that code and found a bunch of shit with it. He's like, I would not run this in production. I really think, like, if you want a cool hacking tool, CDC will fucking code that shit for you. If you're going to be running a social media platform in production, that's going to have access to your computer and resources, that's going to connect to other things in a mesh type network, be very careful where you run that.
Kind of like Diaspora.
Diaspora, similar. Valid, go look at it. It's a social network. Well, not really a social network. It's a framework for developing things like social networks that are supposed to be in a peer-to-peer type environment where you don't have central servers as a issue. But when Colin looked at the code, he found some interesting things with race conditions and abilities to impersonate people and all sorts of fun shit that I wouldn't have found because I'm not the world's greatest coder. I can write a script or two, mind you. I can even write some fun stuff with a GUI. And I have. But when it comes to like looking at logic flaws in code that can lead to that kind of shit, if I'm not using a SAST or DAS tool, I'm not going to find it just by reading the code. Whereas these people like him, they have that mind because they code all the time themselves. And they know how to code securely. And they talk to people who actually invented the internet. I don't have that. So I'm not that smart. I'm a bit retarded, as Alex Jones would say. But at the end of the day, I'm good at. I have a very particular set of skills. A set of skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. So give me back my granddaughter, and we'll call it a day.
To piggyback on my point about responsible disclosure, remember that kid that got arrested for worming the fix to fix an exploit? I can't remember the name of it or which one it was, but he got arrested for trying to fix everything.
So there was one of those recently where somebody tried to do that same shit with a router that's in a bunch of people's homes that an ISP used.
Oh,
but
I
their
saw that
fix
right up.
accidentally bricked it rather than fix it. Because he only tested it on his environment. Excuse me. Didn't take into account that there's this thing when you're deploying code where you're supposed to actually test it first on a couple of things and not just one thing. So his fix ended up bricking a bunch of ISP's routers, and he got in trouble over that. It's not too long ago. I bet we could find the article if we really looked for it.
Well,
But,
ISP routers are doorstops anyways.
dude, I literally, like, some ISPs will not let you toss a DOCSIS compliant router on, even if you're willing to pay for your own. I think that should be like a net neutrality type issue that people fight about. Because if you can't run your own hardware, or you have to freaking emulate a MAC address and buy like an SPF thing and plug it into a commercial grade thing if you want to run your own hardware on their network.
Yeah.
Just to get shit running right, that's an issue.
We
And
need
found
to
a way
infect the
around
right
it.
to repair guys. Yeah, just saying, agree. We have to infect the right to repair guys with that because they don't see it as a scope for the most part. But like the amount of ISPs that will let you put your own box on the network, whether it's terminating DSL, terminating coaxial, you're buying expensive fiber for business. I just don't see it that much anymore that they'll even allow. It used to be unsupported. Like, fine, you won't help me. It's my device. Okay, fine. But yeah, sorry to jump in. Just
please jump
that's
in.
a big one.
Do it
No, hey,
more.
like
So
the right to repair guys are really focused on hardware, but they don't focus on service bound hardware until you point them at EVs.
You look at
So-
Louis Rossman over on YouTube. He repairs Macs.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
In New York. That guy's fucking awesome. Smarter than me for hardware, for sure. I can't fucking fix a Mac unless it's like some fucking screen issue. Don't
That's
ask
not
me
the
to
guy who
fucking
figured out how
solder a
to
Mac.
swap those tokens the first time, right? The flash memory tokens in a Mac Studio, like one of the newer ones. Was that him? There's this guy in New York. I can't remember his name.
Louis Rossman figured out how to do the thing with the MacBooks that don't let you have a hard drive. That the hard drive essentially soldered onto the main board to replace those eMMC modules with different ones at a higher capacity by
Yep, I'm
soldering
brain
them and
farting.
taking
Yep.
them off, and then actually having it pass the hardware check so that OS X will reinstall on it. But to digress, he's a genius in other ways as well, and he's big in the right to repair movement. And
Yep.
this dude goes and gives talks all around the country at his own expense. He buys plane tickets and talks in front of like John Deere people, and explaining why it's a really bad idea to have a tractor that if it breaks, you need to call a company that will take 5 to 6 days to get out there to come fix it, and it can only be fixed by somebody with a freaking disc that allows them access to the back end of the tractor.
when your tractor has DRM,
DRM in a tractor is a bad idea. Hell, DRM in a coffee machine was retarded enough of an idea. Let's put it in a tractor. I am a big opponent to DRM, mind you. Like I understand the need for it to try and prevent piracy, but at the end of the day, it's a cat and mouse game. I'm actually going to talk at a college CSN this Thursday coming up about DRM and how to remove it from fucking Amazon ebooks just because I hate Amazon that much.
nice.
And I'm going to help those kids just pirate their fucking textbooks for the lulz.
Hell yeah.
Why? Because DRM is not a solution to the problem. It is a Band-Aid that is just encouraging people to find creative workarounds. If you're going to put the content available, assume the content's going to get out. You can't gatekeep knowledge. The
Correct.
second you try it, it's going to get out. If you try and say, this is forbidden, don't look at this, what's everybody want to do but look at it? It's great marketing, honestly.
I got into that exact argument, and I was making the same point with a band last night. He's bitching about people copying all their stuff, and I'm like, dude, they're going to do it anyways.
Yeah. Sheldon, I would like to give you an opportunity right now to talk a little bit about Polyswarm. What the hell is that? Why do we care about it? Why do you care about it? Give me some background.
So there's not a lot of people who dare to put cybersecurity and cryptocurrency in the same mission statement or in the same cost basis or whatever you want to call it. So hats off to them just for being willing to do something to start. Second of all, what they're actually doing is they're incentivizing people to provide sort of proofs from their environment. They're calling it telemetry, but you can run it in a browser. Basically, if you download a little bit of their code and run it, then they'll reward you for proving that you have a business environment, that you're not just, at home. But how do they differentiate that? Yes, if you're on your home network and you have a domain and you have VLANs, I think that's pretty much good enough. But obviously, you're not going to get a whole heap of rewards because you don't have a bunch of resources. So the idea is that if you are the person who's going to, let's say, post that 0 day, you don't get directly incentivized for that, but you can be incentivized based on your POC, which you're not going to upload. Your POC can be judged on some of the telemetry you're providing. So basically, if you have a lot of NCT and earn a lot of NCT, when you publish a 0 day, it gets noticed very, very quickly. It goes to the top of the indexers. It'll get recommended to third parties like CrowdStrike and SentinelOne and lots of other threat feed providers who are just doing taxi with some, other business they're buying from. So their goal is to try to get more 0 days published with traceability. If I understand correctly, it's not so much that there is a need to get the proofs from your environment, so that there's a need to get proofs for 0 days specifically. It's that these things have always been so disjointed because of the legal retaliation that we see when we try to help people and try to responsibly disclose something that could get people hurt.
It looks like they are taking samples and writing signatures for things that are detected on a network that you install this on. So kind of like a Intel feed.
I'm hesitating to get buzzwordy with it. I'm trying to say proofs with a small p, but only because I'm being crude. That's much more accurate, but also I can't speak to the details. So,
And they pay you
Cool.
just to. So from my understanding,
in their token, yes,
they pay you in their token. If you run this on a large network and there's interesting activity on it, or is it just if you're running it, you're going to get something, or how does it work? How do they also determine that the network it's installed on is not just some asshole who went and bought GNS, who installed GNS3 and made it look like he's got a bunch of Cisco routers when he's just got a VM?
Or I throw it in my lab with 500 VMs.
Or one VM that's cleverly natted with different host names that appear on a scan.
I mean, if you're managing a threat surface and you've got a dummy environment under it, I'd say that still kind of meets the requirement for what they're looking for. Just as a thought experiment, if you were actually going to try to exploit them for NCT tokens and you were running a virtualized environment under it and providing telemetry from it, even if you're just dropping ICAR every single day, which is not going to net you really anything because that's a known signature already, then, when you do get something interesting in the environment, what is that worth? The size of the virtual resources? I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Dude, I just
I
got
haven't deep dived them in years.
From a very interesting threat researcher out of Eastern Europe, a very large amount of remote access Trojans. If I were to set up an environment for them and then exploit some boxes using tools they might not have seen before, would that generate me their tokens?
It should. I'd be surprised if it didn't.
Been trying to find an ethical use for freaking state-sponsored stolen hacking tools, and that sounds like a good one.
Ghidra.
For sure. All right, let's get back to topic here. So Nathan left us a few things, as I knew I was going to get off topic. A few things he wanted us to cover. So let's cover them. So first off is Frank is stalling as he's trying to find the ChatGPT window as he piped Nathan's questions into there to generate some interesting side questions. So as Frank continues to stall trying to find the freaking window, let us talk a little bit more about the difference between bug bounties and pen testing, and also how does pen testing differ in, say, a crypto environment, and why do we often see these things where people who are supposedly trusted in a crypto company end up doing very bad things?
Well, the maturity point is there. We hinted at that earlier that, if you have a relatively young organization that doesn't have policy-driven bureaucracy plus orchestration and controls, then, you're usually looking like a handful of people that are doing the real work that have actually, not just key access, but, key administration at whatever permission level. They're the ones. They're going to be frequently using more than one user, right? So in an environment like that, how much are you willing to bring in a third party or, responsibly respond to a third party, whether you're hiring them to, just flood you with a generic product like Tenable, or you're, specifically telling them, hey, we want to check up every week because we're going to be making changes to this application that we made. And, we want you to take a crack at it once a week, script kiddie style. Damn brain fog.
Get a crack copy of Cobalt Strike and right-click on the box after you add it as an asset and click try everything.
The old Hail Mary in Metasploit.
It's Cobalt Strike's version of that. It's got a few extra things in it. I've actually gotten it to get me a shell back, and I was very confused how it got it, because when I iteratively went through vulnerability by vulnerability, it was supposedly through at it. I couldn't figure out which one actually got the shell, but I got a shell, and I was like, how the hell do I report this?
Give me details.
Dude, once I got in on a freaking XP box on MS08067.
Oh, that was the classic.
And I was like, do I even write it up? Because they know they shouldn't have XP on their network at this point. It's like 10 years past the point. They should have had an XP box. They know they shouldn't have it. Do I even bother writing up getting a shell on this box? But then I realized that box was on an industrial control system, isolated network, and dual home.
Yep.
So that became a finding. But
Yeah.
generally, do you even report on stuff that's so old that they should already know they've got it? Like if you find the vulnerability from an XP box that's on their network for some reason, and do you sometimes even question if they just set that up to fuck with you? Language.
I do,
screw with you?
yes. Because yes, that last thing you said, yes. Sometimes they'll put little flags trying to test your company to see if you can find them. So I always report it like, hey, I got a shell. So what? I don't care how old it was.
Very good. So pros and cons of coordinated disclosure is one of the questions Nathan left for us. And from my ChatGPT output here that I'm totally going to claim as my own, the pros here are enhanced security, reputation management, collaboration and community engagement, legal and regulatory compliance, and controlled release of information. Whereas the cons are resource intensive, potential for leakage, complex coordination, pressure to patch quickly, and possible miscommunication. What do you guys think of ChatGPT's answer to that question?
The pressure to patch quickly is important because sometimes the patch makes it more vulnerable than it was to begin with.
Yep.
So say I'm a CISO and I'm running a very big company, and I've got a report that there is a 0-day vulnerability in my Fortinet box that's internet facing. And I tell my guys on a Friday, you guys go patch that shit and make sure that gets up and running. And then I come back on Monday to find out that the patch made things worse. It actually opened up another backdoor, and now I've actually got to buy a whole new device because this thing is very likely going to be backdoored forever. How do I, as a CISO, if I were one, handle that? Like, do I go and blame somebody? Do I scream and yell? Do I invest in some tool or hire somebody who can help me do it better? What would my action be there if I patch
got a
something
knee
that
jerk
makes
on
it
this
worse?
one. I got a knee jerk on this one for tool, because if I'm running an environment that spends enough money to have, let's say, Fortinet or Palo Alto in it, and I actually find a 0-day that's exploitable in production, like I get a shell with my own firewall from an external client, I would not try to patch that over the weekend. I would not. I might disclose it to the vendor. I'd probably try to spend some time trying to assess the scope, because I probably have more than one box to worry about. But I would be putting down a mandate that says, hey, we're not leaving for the weekend until we get a third party peering up, so that we are not exposing ourselves directly on this device. That's my instinct, is like, hey, let's try to abstract away from the problem a little bit, because that I want to report it. I know that I'm kind of like rewriting the question here, but in a real world scenario, I have a really hard time, believing that Fortinet on a Friday night, or anybody on a Friday night, would actually, address something serious in a piece of hardware that they sell, and then, get a real good grip on testing before they push something out before Monday. Just to your point, patching makes it worse, right?
Another thing would be a company or an enterprise that big to have that software or the hardware, like you said. I would also assume they've got IDS and IPS and stuff in place. So it depends where that device is in the network.
Very good follow-up question. Where is the device that's vulnerable? What can it access? What's the threat model? Threat model. Good fucking word, right? I demonetized Adrian again. Sorry, brother.
Well, fuck.
Well, we're past the point. Let's just try to use good language and not further get this dude no money for his channel when he tries to monetize YouTube videos. Anyway, so what I was trying to say, and you made a great point too, both of you, is that these people who are tasked with the incredible responsibility of being a chief information security officer at a large company, and they have to rely on their people and their threat intelligence feeds to tell them, patch this thing, prioritize this thing. This vulnerability dropped. If I'm gonna deploy people on a weekend to fix it, generally, rule of thumb, in a large corporation, one thing that they do that I see a lot of smaller corporations not do is test their shit first before deploying to production environments. So a new patch comes out for your shit, you first test it on a batch of devices and make sure it's going to be okay before you deploy it to all of your devices, and then could have a very bad day. So when they came out with a patch initially for, say, Print Nightmare, and they deployed it to all their production devices the next day with a Microsoft update, a lot of big companies could no longer print. Printing is usually a pretty essential function of a lot of companies where they are doing business, to be able to print things. So if you're fixed to the problem, which is, by the way, an internal issue for the most part, so it can only be exploited internally by somebody who's already in the network, breaks printing or breaks another function because you didn't thoroughly test it, you're probably not doing a good job as a CISO because you didn't implement the program where you're doing testing before pushing to production.
So here's another point, testing. So let's use this new Wi-Fi vulnerability, 0-day, whatever, going on with Windows. There's no POC yet. You only got Nessus scripts. So you're relying on that to see if you're vulnerable or not. So like it comes down to, are you using signatures for testing? Because without the signatures, you don't know what you don't know.
And what is the strength in, say, a signature-based detection versus a heuristic-based detection, Sledge?
Well, heuristics is better, obviously, because signatures is literally you don't know what you don't know. And heuristics, it's like if you have to tickle something the right way, you don't really stumble across that until somebody discloses what they found.
Well said. I actually probably would have said it worse. So good on you for framing that in a way that actually is comprehensible to your average person. That's something I need to learn how to do, is talk normal people.
I took a college class on how to do do that.
I did too.
Maybe I'm just dumb.
And then I went to Toastmasters and they made me stupider. Let's talk a little bit more about this whole concept of responsible disclosure. I read a book. By read a book, I mean I put an audiobook on as I was doing other shit about the founding of the Cult of the Dead Cow, which was actually a pretty good listen. And in there, they do talk about how responsible disclosure kind of came to be where it is now. And I found it very fascinating as somebody who's been in this industry for far too long and wants to pull out my hair some days, that this all came about because companies were being jerks when people are trying to do the right thing and tell them, hey, you've got this issue, you should fix it. Instead of taking that as, oh, you're trying to extort me, I'm going to get the lawyers on you, when you had some really good, well-intentioned people. And that resulted in that pushback is what resulted, in my mind at least, in a lot of these vulnerabilities becoming public and accessible to anybody who doesn't necessarily even have the skill set to take the vulnerability apart and understand how it works. People who don't even know why you throw a bunch of A's at something when you're doing a buffer overflow to try and get to the point where you can do an exploit, have never even done that much work, now have access to these tools, mostly because of the responses of companies and how shitty that was when people were trying to do the right thing.
Or
they literally made it worse for everybody.
On hacker forums.
Dude, this dude wrote a book called Hacked Again. And I met this guy when I was social engineering Mitnick in 2017 at the Cyber Investing Forum. This dude writes a book about how he gotten hacked and gotten hacked again. I looked at this dude's website he had for the book, and he was running WordPress. And on WordPress, as you can imagine, there was an issue that would have led to taking over that website. And I could have literally fucked with them. Instead, I did responsible disclosure to this wonderful man who I'd met at a conference where everybody's trying to pitch their shit and sell security as a mindset, which is just really something I'm not a fan of. Regardless, I did the responsible thing. I said, hey, I could have taken over your WordPress and then you would have had to write a third book. Instead, here's how you fix it. And, you know, I don't even want anything. I'm not like asking for a bounty. I'm just telling you this exists. Go fix it. You know what he did? He's like, let me get your name and information. I'll send you something. I got all excited. You know what I got in the mail about a week later? A signed copy of his book.
Oh, God.
And he didn't even customize it. He just, like, the one he automatically signs to everybody, he just shot one out to me. And I was a bit disappointed. But at the same time, I was happy that, 2 years later, he still hadn't fixed the fucking WordPress vulnerability. And 2, that he never had to write another book because for some reason nobody decided to take advantage of that despite it being low-hanging fruit.
The third point is he at least acknowledged you.
He acknowledged me. That's the point I should have started with, but my brain goes weird places. He acknowledged it. He said thank you. Sometimes a thank you is worth more than money to the people who do this kind of work.
Absolutely.
Just being acknowledged. Hey, thank you for finding that. I don't have the ability to give you any money for finding this, but I appreciate you bringing it to my attention and I will fix it. It's so much more than I'm going to toss you a swag bag or I'm going to send you a signed copy of my book or anything like that. Just saying thank you is so worth it for bug bounty people and some. And look, there are dudes I've seen.
Even pen testers, man, it's a thankless job.
I hang out with a lot of bug bounty guys now, and I'm very surprised at how open they can be. There's one dude I'm hanging out on his bug bounty server. He goes, hey, guess what? I just tried to report something to, I'm going to change the name of the product for shits and giggles because I don't want to get anybody in trouble, to HA Proxy. And HA Proxy's got this vulnerability that would allow anybody who's running it to the RCE vulnerability. And I tried to report it to them, and they said it is a feature and not a bug. And here, you can have this and do evil with it so that they'll take my report seriously. And I think to myself, why would I do evil with it? If they're not taking it seriously, I don't think that's probably the best path to get them to take it seriously. But in the past, I can certainly see why people would think that would be the case. Because for a very, very long time in our industry, that was the case. If you wanted to get somebody's attention and they were ignoring you, you made more noise. Now, I think the game has changed a bit. And
I'll push back. I'll push
Please
back. I think your reason to say that, but I've also been in the environment where I say, hey, look, guys, this should be considered maybe not 10 out of 10, but something above an 8. Like, this is serious and this is worth the resources. This is worth our time. No, we don't think anybody's going to go through the trouble to check here and notice this misconfigured, SPF record or some other thing on a domain we don't normally use. I would say that the motivation to squeak and get greased is genuine. I respect it. I mean, I feel for. I'm just saying. I feel for your peers' frustration because that recommendation. I've seen it recommended at $1 billion level in crypto for a design vulnerability, a template that many projects are using. And did they, turn around and responsibly disclose to the parties who had already trusted them and utilized that template? No, of course not. So that person went around and lost their nut and tried to be helpful. And what ended up happening is that there started being other people propagating that attack. Then people pay more attention to the mitigation and the solution. I'm not saying that I necessarily agree with this strategy. I think it's a rough rub, but I think empathize with the person who's frustrated, because it's not necessarily about their frustration. It's about the resolution of the issue.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Like,
no, you make a very, very valid point. And I think a lot of people really need to hear it because it's not about the resolution. It's about other stuff. Responsible disclosure is a bitch, honestly. To do it right, to get your voice heard, and to even get paid if you find a really good bug. I understand why people go to the dark side and I'm going to broadly call it the dark side and not just get it off too much on a tangent. I understand why. I don't myself. I try to hold myself to my own ethics, which are definitely very gray for most people, their interpretation of them, I'd say. But there are lines I don't cross, and there are lines I think everybody shouldn't cross. And when you're crossing a line, not to make a point, but because you want to make money off of something, not because you're trying to shine a light on a vulnerability, but instead you are just being a greedy asshole. That those people should not be in the same class, I think, as the people who are legitimately doing the good work. People who are out there every day busting their ass, writing tools to find vulnerabilities through fuzzing that haven't been found before. People who are going through code line by line, attaching a debugger to a process, trying to get stuff to do things it's not designed to do just so that they can report and get shit made more securely so that it doesn't happen again, really deserve kudos. Like those dudes, the ones who do it and they do it right, I admire the shit out of them. And the people who take that knowledge and corrupt it and try and just use it for pure profit, I think can really enjoy their time in solitary when they get there, because they're going to get there eventually. Because if you, I'm not a religious or spiritual person, don't believe in karma or any of that bullshit. I'm an atheist. But even I believe that if you fuck around enough, you're going to find out. And some of these people think they're untouchable, who do really stupid shit and leak vulnerabilities in places that they know people will find just to cause a little bit of disruption, whether that be state-sponsored people leaking 0 days intentionally so that they will cause chaos, or regular fucking script kiddies who actually find something useful for once and decide to tell everybody rather than go about the established process of responsible disclosure. You're all in the same bucket to me, right?
Let me piggyback on your point there about the guys that are on the back end doing everything. I feel like that's a big problem with open source as well. A lot of people just assume somebody's checking stuff. So the guys that are actually doing it, props to them. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you could do a whole podcast on this one freaking thing from XKCD right here.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't blame you. Look, and when sometimes crypto people are trying to explain to me their layers that are not the OSI layers and other things that I don't necessarily understand, I feel like this dude right here. And then I want to be this girl right here. But generally, I try to learn and I approach life from the student and don't. I think when people start being like, I know everything, then they turn their brain off to learning stuff, is when we get people in positions of authority who fuck shit up for everybody.
Yep, I always say if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Just get in another room. Like I see this Peter principle in action so many places every day. And for those of you who are unaware of the Peter principle, go look that shit up. It's very interesting shit. Where people who really know their shit are afraid to speak up, and people who are ignorant and don't know their shit are so fucking loud and vocal that they drown out anybody who would even try to talk reason. And it's scary, but very prevalent in InfoSec. You look at attrition.org's wall of charlatans.
Oh, yeah.
They do a pretty good job of breaking down a lot of people who are doing that stuff. I made the mistake of actually accusing somebody a while back on Twitter who I didn't know who this dude was. Apparently, he was one of the co-founders of Rapid7. Little did I know. But he was running his mouth about some political stuff and hacking, and I thought he was full of shit, so I called him on it. Turns out I was wrong. I lost a bet, and he made me donate to an Antifa thing. As the
God.
Yeah, I had to donate. That was my punishment. I had to publicly donate and post it to a freaking one of those Antifa fronts. You know, I'm sure the Fed got me on a list or two, but at the same time, I took my arrogance and I had to eat it, because nobody knows everything. And when you start to think you know everything, you really should maybe crack open a book and see what's changed since you last had your repository update of knowledge. because this field is always in flux. There's always shit
If you
changing.
don't learn something new every day, you're doing it wrong.
Some days I feel like I have completely not been productive at all at work, and I feel like I wasted my entire day. And then 3 days later, I think back on what I learned that day and the lessons alone, and I applied to something new, and it pays off tenfold. Because if you're not doing R&D, if you don't have a home lab in this kind of industry, if you're just a 9 to 5er who comes into work every day and just goes home for the paycheck, you're not the kind of guy who's actually going to make an impact. You're just part of the problem. You got to live and breathe this stuff.
That's exactly what I tell people because I tutor. I've gotten 49 people hired so far, and I always tell them, you have to live it. It's not just a job. You got to make it part of you. Like, it's your personality at this point. You got to be passionate.
And to pull from mental health stuff, don't identify as your disorder. So when I was a counselor in the mental health world in another lifetime, one of the things I often heard was if somebody's bipolar, somebody's schizophrenic, somebody's got an issue, they identify as that issue and they take it as them. And it's like, oh, why'd you do that? They don't take responsibility for it. They're like, oh, it's because I'm bipolar. If you're a hacker and you like to wear hoodies that say you're a hacker and you play it up for effect and you instead spend more time showing people what your image is than actually getting down and dirty in the lab and learning new shit, and you're just in it for the show and like you want the admiration, people know. Like we know, we just don't say anything because it's funny sometimes.
It's like, yeah, you can talk the talk and look the look, but can you walk the walk?
Right. Like if I take my camera off right here and you see the state of my room and the amount of projects half finished and garbage everywhere, you would think that this fucking person never finishes anything, and you'd be right. But at the same time, you would see that I, at the very least, have like shit everywhere, and I'm trying to learn stuff with all this shit, and that I am actually like not happy just saying I know enough and giving up. Like I am always trying to learn something new, and if you're not, at the end of the day, you're just gonna end up probably
You're a big
CISO.
phony.
You'll be a CISO at some company someday if you keep climbing the ladder and taking your tests, and that company will get hacked, and you'll take your golden parachute, and you'll be fine. And that's fine if that's the route you want to take. But I really think most people shouldn't strive for that. Instead, you should strive to try harder.
God, I hate that line.
Harder.
I always say be a gate opener, not a gatekeeper. But I wanted to comment on one of your
I like Got Milk.
points. Yeah, Got Milk is good.
Because I talk far too much and probably say things I shouldn't.
Your point about the charlatans, I was wondering if you've ever listened to Chris Nickerson's old podcast, Exotic Liability. He was always talking about and pointing out charlatans in the industry. It was kind of cool.
Crypto needs more of that for sure.
So I'm going to regret saying this. Has he ever looked in a mirror?
I mean,
so look, I love Chris. Chris has gotten me into some cool places. Chris got me up into a freaking really cool event at DEF CON because I had volunteered at SummerCon, and he was there and saw what I did, and he got me in a room where I was sitting with Jason Street, Kevin Mitnick, several other very high-profile industry leaders, and I was watching people give their DEF CON talk, the uncensored version, that they give to their friends before they get on stage, and I was very grateful.
Hey, we have a conference like that too.
Very, very grateful to be in that room, right? And very happy that Chris got me there. But then I hear stories from other people who have worked with him about how he set them up for a job and told them, for instance, bring a laptop to this job, and all you need is a laptop with Linux on it, and you'll be given everything that you need. And they get to that job, and their laptop has a few stickers on it from hacking conventions, as you'd expect most people in our industry to have. And they got chewed out specifically for bringing that laptop to the job. and they got in trouble with a client, and they were given no direction on what to do, and this was something he set them up for. And I've heard this from somebody I actually genuinely trust. So, like,
honestly, we shouldn't be talking shit about him publicly.
yeah, you're right. I shouldn't. I'll probably regret it, and he'll probably kick my ass if he ever hears it. No, I love Chris. Chris is awesome. I don't mean to talk shit, but I think Chris and everybody else, whether they're awesome or not awesome, if you're in a position where you're considered a thought leader, you're considered an InfoSec expert, you're looked up to by people in the community, do your best to live up to what you are portraying yourself as, because all it takes is one asshole with a story to make your life a living hell on Twitter for a week or two at least, and maybe cost you business down the line. So
I kind of want to piggyback with one story. We were at a private conference one time, like 90 people only, and it was back when threat hunting first became a thing. And we were at dinner, and I was talking about how I was a threat hunter, and he just started yelling at me, "What the fuck is threat hunting? Oh, what are you hunting?" And I was like, "Bro." It was funny. But anyways, we should change the topic. I don't want to talk shit about anybody.
no, you're very wise in that regard. And I apologize, Chris, if you ever do stumble across this. I probably shouldn't have said anything. In fact, because I can't verify, and I was not the person involved. So I do apologize if you ever stumble across this, which you probably won't, because I think all of 10 people watch this. But regardless, it's best not to talk shit about anybody, and to always just use fake names and not ever like bring up a real person if you're trying to tell a story to convey a point.
It's Bob and
Because
Alice.
very much like in our industry, how threat attribution is a joke, and we often blame the wrong person for an attack. We do not want to ever cause anybody reputational damage on hearsay, because that's fucked up, and I apologize wholeheartedly. I shouldn't have done that.
I still have the attribution dice.
You do?
Yeah.
Did you get a copy of the what's it called? Not Dungeons and Dragons. Shit.
Backdoors and breaches.
Backdoors and breaches. That's
Yep.
Is that Black Hills?
Yep,
Yeah.
Black Hills.
So talking about awesome people in the industry, right? People who give back, right? John Strand,
yeah,
over at
dope.
Black Hills. Every week, if you want to learn about InfoSec, this dude not only has podcasts he's doing and people who are sharing knowledge, he gives free trainings. And I even got free access to their cyber range just by boosting their Discord server once. I got like 6 months of free access to a tool that costs hundreds of dollars normally. Really awesome people who give back to the community frequently. Can't recommend anybody more in terms of education than those dudes over at Active Countermeasures, Black Hills, and those group of companies that work very closely together to give back and give free training. I'm also, one of the reasons my handle is Busted Sec is I'm making fun of David Kennedy's company, Trusted Sec, in a very lighthearted way. Last person I'd ever want to piss off is Dave Kennedy. The dude could look at me and I'd have to crawl into a corner and apologize for the rest of my life, because I really look up to that dude and value his opinion. But at the same time, don't engage in hero worship in our industry. It's a really bad thing sometimes to meet your heroes if they don't live up to your expectations. Not that Dave won't mind you, he's pretty fucking awesome, but sometimes try and separate the art from the artist, and realize there's some really awesome tools and stuff out there and really cool things people have built. Even if you don't like something politically that they've said online, or you disagree with some activism shit that they've done in the past, or they tweeted something racist 50 years ago, who cares?
Problem solved. Get off of Twitter.
Twitter is a cesspool regardless of who's in control of it. But that's the issue. Another whole nother issue with surveillance, state shit, and bots pushing agendas and all of that. I don't want to digress too much into that on a podcast.
But we can definitely rant. But to piggyback on your point, though, about meeting your heroes, I learned a lot back when Paul.com was still around. And Paul was freaking awesome. Yeah, Paul Asadorian was at Black Hat one day, and I was just joking because I was part of the Stogie Geeks group. And I went up to him and I was like, "Where's your cigars at?" And he goes in the back and brings out this big old tackle box full of cigars and hands me one. I was like, yo.
Same thing with Jim McMurray and whiskey, man. It was like, holy shit. I was very humbled when he invited me to his whiskey tasting party at DEF CON. I went up to that penthouse and talked to some of the coolest freaking people I've ever had the pleasure of engaging in conversation with, while drinking whiskey that I had no idea was so expensive at the time. I asked, like, this is really good. Where could I get it? He's like, you can't.
Yeah,
That's
you can't.
the last of it. It's from a barrel, and that barrel was found in a distillery that burnt down, and there were 30 things left
That's
of
the
it.
flavor.
And this is the last one, and you just finished the last sip of it. And I was like, really? He's like, maybe, or it could just be, off the shelf. I'm not gonna tell you. But dude is great and hilarious, and often very stoic. Like, we have really great people in our industry. I like people who troll myself, just because I have that chaos to me. On Kennedy's team, he's got this dude, Alex Hammerstone, whose memes are fucking great, on point. Dude has a whole persona he does of being a elite Yelper, and he writes these satirical reviews on stuff. I just find it hilarious. The people who did ThreatButt, also hilarious. They gave me a pin at SummerCon one year with the ThreatButt guy with the keyboard. Essentially a little penis character with a keyboard sticking out of his butt. And they put up a Pew Pew map that makes fun of the Pew Pew maps on their website. Great people, great
the Pew
humor.
Pew maps are so fun.
Now, I have been very fortunate. When I couldn't afford to go to conferences, when I was working as a lowly help desk guy trying to better my skill set, that I was allowed to volunteer at places like SummerCon due to people like Kelly Lum, who unfortunately is not around anymore, and Red Pants, and all those wonderful people who put on SummerCon and the people who put on HushCon in New York. When I was growing up, even going to my local 2600 meetings where I seem to know more than everybody, which really surprised me.
It is weird. That is a weird thing. Every time I go to 2600, people are like, how do I get in the industry? And I'm like,
stuff.
Hey, I guess we're going to change the topic to that today.
Let's change the topic to how do I get in the industry? So you're a noob. You're in college. You're maybe you want to do InfoSec. Do you need a college degree nowadays to do InfoSec? Last week, our guest said no. You don't need a college degree. What do you need? Where should you start? I would argue that all you need is a passion to learn everything that you can and not give up when you hit a tough problem, and you'll be fine.
I could tell my story and we could glean certain pieces of information from it.
Be my guest. Actually, you are my guest, so do it.
Hey. So I went to college because, actually, we'll start from the beginning because that's also interesting. I met Eddie Mize at a concert, basically. I was a drummer for a band for 10 years, and we were in the finals for $100,000 at a Battle of the Bands in Denver. And at the end, I went to a friend's house to stay the night, and Eddie Mize was there. And he had all the artwork and stuff that I wanted to use for my album art. And he hacks into all the neighbors' Wi-Fi, and I was like, what the hell is that? And he told me the words network security. So it stuck in my mind. After a while, I ended up working at a coal mine, blah, blah, blah. But then life happened. We won't get into that. But then I started Googling around. I want to go to college, so I typed in network security. So I had two choices. Some Mormon school in Wisconsin or UAT in Tempe. So I went to the one in Tempe. Turns out I ended up meeting Russ Rogers. He was one of the professors, and he was friends with Eddie Mize. They even played in the same band. And then based off of that relationship, I ended up working at Black Hat and DEF CON. Like, this year will be my 14th year at DEF CON. And through that, I made a network of friends. And that is my point here, is the only reason to go to college is networking. Because I didn't learn much at all in
networking
college. I learned it all on
valid.
my own.
So would you think anybody would make the point that the price that people pay to go to college nowadays to make those connections is still worth it?
It depends. In my case, it was, because I got lucky.
if the brand's not there, it's not worth it. Sad to say. Doesn't mean you have to go Ivy League. But, if you're studying physics, go to U of Chicago. If you're studying, something where they have a pre-built allocation for that focus, then okay, fine. You're probably going to meet some people who are going to exist for a while, or some, tenured professors who might not have something cutting edge to teach you, but have some, good context for you if they like you or if they like your work as you move along.
Exactly. And like some of the guys I went to school with that are still my mentors to this day, like started Covert Instruments and Red Mesa and all sorts of stuff.
No, I've seen some very smart people who go the path of teaching and doing education. Gardner, I think, teaches somewhere. I don't remember where now. But like, there are some really good teachers out there who want to pass on the knowledge. What advice can we, if any of them are watching, which they're probably not, give teachers nowadays who want to inspire youth and teach them the ways of InfoSec and get them prepared for a really good job, and not just teach them the bullshit curriculum that's 10 years out of date that a lot of colleges push in an InfoSec program? Like, actually give them skills they can use so they don't have to necessarily start at the bottom. And by start at the bottom, sometimes I mean getting a job as like a level 1 SOC guy, but that's not necessarily always the bottom. Sometimes that could be just getting a job in IT at all, because sometimes if you don't have the requisite skill set, that's something you should focus on first, because if you want to be a person who's paid to hack computers, you should at least know how they work.
So is your question how to teach the teachers?
How do we teach the teachers to get me off my tangent here? How do we teach teachers valuable skills, not just bullshit to teach the kids who want to learn?
I had a whole spiel ready because I was supposed to talk to one of the college teachers, because my hometown in Colorado just started a security course, and all the friends were telling me that they're basically going through a YouTube CEH class. And I was going to go sit down with them and be like, why are they paying for this? But what I would tell people, like outside of teachers, I would tell people that want to get into the industry, I usually start them out with, like, I'll straight up start out with the CEH, not that important, but if you're new, like new, follow Professor Messer on YouTube and just go through his courses and learn what you want. And if you feel like it and have the money, sure, get the cert. It's not going to hurt anything. And then I set them up with a plan on go from this, the new EJPT, EWPT, PTX, like self-learning all the way. But I'm here to answer questions if you need help.
I tend to zoom out a little harder because I want to help people and back the hell away. If you're trying to help somebody who isn't prepared to learn on their own, it's going to be way harder, right? So that's my 2-point response is, one, collegiate teachers should teach how to learn more effectively and less how to just repeat. Because respectfully, of all the people who I've worked with who have degrees instead of certs or experience, like that's the main difference, is that their learning style is kind of constipated. But the second one is just give some credit for certs for being useful, even if you don't necessarily want the certification. Anybody I know who's been in an existing business environment, I don't tell them to go, work on A+. I tell them to go try the CASP. I tell them to go, not necessarily, like, if you want to actually get a cert, yes, CYSA is more valuable, blah, blah, blah. But I tell them to try the CASP, like, with free practice tests, so they can literally get some grip on subjects that they're passionate about that they might want to focus on. Because to Sledge's point earlier, if you don't have that passion, the shit's not going to stick. You're going to have a hard time getting over those barriers of, that new learning that takes some application and validation. So if I did not go to school for NetSec, I went to school for music, but if I had someone who was helping me a little bit more validate, not just to experiment or not just to repeat, but to say, hey, how can I confirm that this result was adequate, reasonable, worth putting on the report or makes sense, is contextually relevant. Those are things that are usually anchored to a lot more information, but a handful of simple frameworks wouldn't make that terribly difficult, I think, just basic principles.
Validation is also a very good point, because when you're doing self-learning, you don't know if you're on the right path, so you need to talk to somebody like a mentor.
So why are so many people hesitant to be mentors in our industry? Might they have come across bad experiences in the past, you think?
I don't know. My bad experiences make me want to be a mentor. That's why I say a gate opener, not a gatekeeper.
Very good philosophy. When it comes specifically to people who are getting started, Professor Messer, great resource to put out there. The stuff that Active Countermeasures puts out there for free every week, their podcasts, their educational content, that it's all from John Strand's companies and companies associated with. Great stuff to learn depending on what you want to learn. But I think what a lot of people don't know is what they want to focus on. They see
Exactly.
InfoSec, they see hacking. That's a huge umbrella of different things. And what would you be good at?
See, I like to tell people, watch this YouTube stream, and then this one, and then this one. I give them a whole list of sources. And then I'll be like, all right, if you're still interested, hit me up, and I'll give you a curriculum of like point A to B to C to D, whatever. Because that's
Get them
what a lot
hooked
of
with
people
Darknet
struggle with.
Darknet.
Yeah,
Get 'em hooked with Darknet,
Jackery Cider is dope.
And then we'll go from. I actually got Jack to accept my friend request before Darknet Diaries took off on Facebook. I'm proud of it. He's never communicated with me other than the
He
friend
gave me
request.
some stickers because I found him in the hallway at DEF CON one year.
Now I get to go. Jack is my Facebook friend and try and get that social cred. But to my point here, there's a lot of awesome resources. David Bomble's podcast is freaking amazing.
Yeah, he's good.
Have you ever
He's
watched
good.
that?
Yep, he's good.
A lot of these people who interview people and ask them questions in a Joe Rogan type format where they ask them to explain what they do, explain how they do it. I think that is very useful to somebody who's starting, who doesn't know what the hell they want to do. If you listen to a lot of these, though, you might get the wrong idea. So to get people who are new the right idea, what are some InfoSec specializations that we all know of that your average college kid might be interested in versus ones that are a bit more esoteric that you probably won't hear about until you're part of the industry?
It depends on the end goal. Do they want to be like a pen tester or red teamer, or do they want to specialize in web app or exploit development, like a CS degree kind of thing? It just really depends. So like when I work with people, I have a phone call with them to determine if they're passionate to even try, or am I wasting my time? And then I'll send them a bunch of resources, and then they'll get back to me and see what they want to do, like red team, blue team, what are you feeling like, kind of thing, and then we'll go from there.
So you guys are pretty patient. I've been squashing people to kind of overwhelm them with like knowledge transfer. When someone, you know, really puts the effort and is really genuinely coming to me for direction, I will give them a lot of information about what they're looking for and say, hey, there's more you can do. That sort of curriculum test, I do it in my own way. It's not that different, but to point somebody at some content and see if that passion lights up versus if the, you know, there was some struggle. Hey, I watched that, but I don't really get it. Like, well, did you watch anything else? You know, did you try to pull the thread? I've been doing that for a little bit. I apologize. So I do got to jump in a couple of minutes. So I wanted to steer off one other just vent-worthy subject real fast, because this idea that all of a sudden, because DHCP has the ability to set a default gateway, that VPNs are invalid, that has been really frustrating for me, because I try to be the person in my not just crypto community, but generally speaking, with the people who I would, you know, consider in my 200 human list. I try to help them with stuff. You know, I try to answer their questions when they get stuck. And them coming to me saying, hey, I've been paying for VPNs for years. You know, you've given me some strategies here and there. I even use layered VPN on occasion. You know, what's the deal with this? To try to explain to them that this is protocol for DHCP, and that if you're ever nervous about that, you could just trace packets and see the path coming back and forth. It's not that big of a deal, but it's a stupid problem to have, per your point earlier, because it's literally just the propagation of ignorance for the sake of the usual parading around. And I do want to throw a turd that I shouldn't throw, because it seems that Bomble has sold at least one of his social channels. I was inadvertently following David on I think Facebook and YouTube or something else, some other, stuff that I shouldn't be looking at silly videos of things on, but they still catch my attention. And it's like a third party republishing content that they have on other channels, but still has David's smiling picture in the corner, and David's face makes it on the thumbnail. So I don't think that that's necessarily part of the problem. But if we're trying to be let's say bastions of assistance or progress, it doesn't come really well with profitability. I think there's a kind of a ceiling, and after a certain point, it's not personal, it's just business. And I really hope David Bombal especially stays more in the former category, because it was really great to watch his content, and all of a sudden a bunch of my friends know what OMG cables are. Like, wow, that's great. Thanks for
And now they're all
doing
sold
that for
out.
me. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Also,
I blame Darren Kitchen for that, not David Bombal. But either way, so you bring up a lot of great points. Also, the DNS leak thing. Before you go, let's talk on that, because
yes, please.
DNS leaks happen because in this particular use case, and it was a big deal for a lot of Android people recently. I've seen it blow up. Nathan even brought it up to me. He's like, talk about that latest DNS leak vulnerability. It's not a vulnerability. It's by design. And if you are somebody who's doing this for a living, look at the RFC. For those of you who know what an RFC is, that's the proposal they initially put for a standard. It details how shit's going to work, and then they build it to that standard. For instance, RFC 1918 for local IP addresses, right? These are all great things. They explain how shit works. Go look at it, because it's not a vulnerability. It's always been the way it works. And if you're running VPN software that you bought from some dude who makes a YouTube channel and uses code to get a discount on it, and you didn't set it up properly, that's not on the VPN software. That's on you for not knowing what you're doing when you're setting it up. And DHCP and DNS, you can set a preferred DNS server when you give somebody a DHCP address. If you're using a VPN on Android and you're connected to somebody's Wi-Fi, whether it's yours or somebody else's, and then you run your VPN client, but your shit's still configured on your phone to always do DNS queries through your ISP, you've got a DNS leak. There's easy ways with routing to fix that. If you know how to do routing stuff, there's easy ways to fix that by installing a package with OpenVPN, if that's your VPN of choice, called Block Outside DNS, aptly named. But lay responsibility where it belongs, in my opinion. A lot of the times we're so eager to sensationalize that there's a new vulnerability in a thing and get the word out to help people that we don't necessarily dig into what the supposed issue really is and just
Make
try
t-shirts
and blast
about it.
Here. Yep.
Register domains over it. Like take for instance a DDoS amplification attack, right? Not everybody knows how to do that, but sometimes when you're doing basic testing, you might accidentally figure it out. Do you make a t-shirt about DDoS amplification, or do you try and educate people on how to set their shit up so that it's not something that can be used by a bad actor to perpetuate a campaign?
With that company logo in it. Got to make the shirts, because I got to drop. I'll join you another time. Pleasure. Cheers.
Sheldon, thank you.
I think the idea, though, is both. Because you remember Heartbleed? They made t-shirts and all sorts of shit over it. But more people knew about it. It was kind of cool.
And let me ask you this. Have you ever successfully leveraged Heartbleed on any pen test you've ever done?
Twice.
You used Heartbleed. And what did you get when you were listening to that SSH session? What kind of shit leaked?
The key.
You got the entire key?
Yeah.
And you were able to use that key to then log in?
Yeah.
Fucking A.
It was cool. I was like, that wasn't supposed to work.
I have never had Heartbleed work. Even when I've detected it and it's supposedly vulnerable, I've tried myself. That one's not one that's worked for me. Good on you for having it work twice.
A lot of people patched it really quick.
When I first took my OCP, Bluekeep had just come out, so I really tried to leverage that on the Windows boxes there.
Bluekeep was easy mode.
Yeah. When it first came out, though, there wasn't any module for it in Metasploit, and there was just a Windows POC that only worked if you had set up their entire freaking environment from the leak. And I didn't know how to leverage it yet, but I couldn't get into the box, and I had a few hours left. So I literally went through the step of in my Kali VM that was connected to the network, setting up a Windows VM that had all the infrastructure to run the Bluekeep vulnerability, so I could pipe that into the network over connection and try and pop the box that way. And I did, and got no points for it.
Damn.
I was mad because like I popped the box, but it's not the way you wanted me to pop the box.
Man,
Like,
when Eternal Blue dropped, that entire leak dropped, it's kind of like 9/11. Everybody remembers where they were when it happened. I remember where I was when Eternal Blue dropped, and we ended up using it at a huge bank. It just freaking DA in 10 minutes. I was like, what?
but it's risky because it can also blue screen a DC.
I've never seen it happen, though.
There's a reason they call it Bluekeep. Print Nightmare too. I blue screened a DC on that when it first came out with the first POC I had for it. Had to ask the client to reboot their DC during a pen test. That's embarrassing. Don't ever be in that situation.
Have you ever tried that DC sync vulnerability or exploit?
With Mimikat's DC sync, if you're able to get that working right, I had it work from PowerShell Empire really well back before that forked, where I did a DC sync and got it to dump the hashes of everybody in a domain, including the service accounts, the domain admin, and all that shit. And then I literally just tossed it the Hashcat and had it crack the lowest hanging fruit ones, and one of them was a DA and got in that way. But DC Sync is great when it works, but it is very noisy if you're monitoring for the right events as a defender, and very easy to see that it's done because domain replication usually only takes place during certain times. And if you're seeing an out of a non-expected DC sync going across to a domain controller to a box that's not normally a new domain controller that you're aware of getting set up through a change control process, that's a big flag. I mean, it's cool when it works, though.
God, that even brings up another opportunity for conversation, the importance of a purple team.
Let's do it, because we still have people watching, and I don't care if we go over. So
my headset's about to die. That's what I'm saying. Do I have
you have a Jabra Evolve, as do I. So what you need to do is locate this particular thing right here.
It's upstairs, damn it. It's in my other
Or
station.
What you could do in a pinch is get the old phone charging cable off of a shitty old
That's usually
phone.
what I use. I can plug in a cable and still talk. Give me like 2 seconds. It's upstairs.
I will spin my wheels and rant for 2 minutes. Hopefully, too many people don't drop. So, out there in YouTube land, in the comments section, let's see if anybody's posted anything recently. Can't post to some areas. Oh, there we go. Directly connected sync. No. DC sync is a vulnerability. Let me explain this one for you. It pretends that you're a new domain controller that just got set up, and it asks the other domain controller, hey, I'm a new domain controller. Can you please send me all of the user accounts associated with this domain so that I may also do authentication for new people when they would like to authenticate to a domain controller and be allowed onto the domain? And in most Windows environments, at least until fairly recently, you could get away with this on a pen test because nobody was monitoring for it. And it would result in you running a command with Mimikatz, or if you were running, say, PowerShell Empire, which is another post-exploitation framework, which is pretty cool, written all in PowerShell, lets you live off the land to a degree. You could get all the accounts. It would literally just send everybody's account, username, and hash. And a lot of the times you will find, even with the RockU word list, if you have Hashcat and a halfway decent GPU, like say GTX 1080 NVIDIA or better, 1060 or better, and that's a few generations back, you can pick them up cheap now. You can crack those passwords very, very quickly, especially since cracking is an amazingly parallel task. So if you're cracking one hash, it can take a very long time. If you're cracking a whole list of hashes of everybody from a domain, very likely as soon as you run RockU against that word list, you're going to have a few just pop up right away. That'll get solved from Hashcat. Make sure you learn the right syntax, learn the difference between masking attacks, and learn how to use prints. Prints is freaking awesome.
Masking is very important, that hybrid attack.
Oh shit! There's a ghost. The ghost of Sledge speaks from beyond the grave.
From the bathroom.
Dude, that's a good way to get out of a meeting. Just be like, hey, I got to go charge my headset and go take a leak.
No, I'm doing
Just
two
make
things
sure
at
you
once.
take the headset. Because if you don't, then they hear the leak. And then it's like, that's a leak. But DC Sync is great.
It's an HTTP leak.
DC Sync is wonderful. The lowest hanging fruit, if you're like on a Windows network and you're not a hacker, that you can do to get get creds really quick, is this old ass thing called a link local multicast name resolution attack, LLMNR. Most Windows networks, right? You're gonna have a bunch of computers, and whenever they want to go out to the web or whenever they're going to find like a file server, they ask all the computers next to them first, hey, do you know where file server is? And then you could be the computer that says, yeah, I know where file server is. That's me. Send me your credentials. And the computer will just do it if they're trying to access a resource there. It can be taken advantage of many different ways. If you're just on the network, you can exploit it just listening as somebody's trying to connect to a file server. If they have it misconfigured, go into a file server that doesn't exist anymore. Sometimes you just race condition answer it quicker, you get the creds. It just dumps creds, and then you can crack those. And it's stupid, and it shouldn't still be a thing, but they are finally depreciating in TLM. Good on Microsoft, but I doubt it'll be done anytime soon.
When you're actually testing for that, the classic tool for that is called Responder, but there's a new one is Pretender. And that basically combines the old Responder, LLMNR, and all that stuff with MITM6. So it's working with IPv6 as well.
And just a caveat.
Highly recommend. You can do it. You could run both of them at the same time. Pretender's going to have way more results.
Agreed. Pretender will get you more shit, but also be very careful the command line flags that you use and what you choose to do in an environment, especially. Make sure you're in an environment where you're authorized to run this tool. Don't be a jackass and run on somebody else's network if you don't know what you're doing. Especially don't enable the DHCP module. And don't be an asshole who, like Frank, when he was a junior pen tester, decided to do an ARP spoofing attack without understanding you need to set the gateway for that and black hole traffic on the network and had them have to reboot all their switches on Christmas Eve. That is not a path you want to go. Understand how your tools work.
Yeah, you got to reboot everything if you fuck it up.
Please, I beg of you, understand how the tools work and what can go wrong, because you can cause a lot of damage accidentally just by fucking around when you don't know what you're doing.
So long live Liberty. It's not directly connected sync, it's domain controller sync.
I said domain. I said say DC domain controller sync. I just popped that up there because it was an interesting question. Another good question. Hack the box, yay or nay? I say yay. They've got some good boxes to the career paths. Fuck yeah. I'm so old. I remember when you had to hack an invite to get into Hack the Box and their domain.
I know, that was so much fun. I actually know Mr. Ben, and he's the guy that has been doing Hack the Box Academy and a bunch of those boxes. And he's legit. He's one of the smartest guys I've ever met. So all that stuff is good stuff.
I got to recover one of the Hack-a-Box accounts I've got that's tied to an old employer's email I can't access anymore at some point. I did a lot of the older challenges on it, and I don't feel like doing them again if I want to get the badges. But then again, who really cares about the badges anymore?
I'm omniscient.
You got a lot. You know, I would say that's super impressive, but I already know you, and that's just your baseline. So you know your shit. I will admit you're probably even a better pen tester than I am, and you know shit that I don't know, and I'm a bit jealous in that regard. But at the same time, I probably know some shit you don't know, and we have complementary skill sets. It's not a competition. It is about learning everything that you can. And when you humble yourself and don't think that you know everything, you put yourself in a position where you can actually learn shit.
That's my damn point.
I make points sometimes.
Some of those boxes on Hack the Box are ridiculously hard. Like, Jesus.
I think if I had spent more time on Hack the Box,
fucking around, demonetized, screwing around with some of the harder boxes that require like multiple chains of exploits, not only getting in, but like once you get a shell, you then have to do the freaking TTY thing to get the shell to actually work because it's default a non-interactive shell, and then
That-
screw around. That threw me.
That's a great point, because I didn't even know you could do that until I started looking at IPSec, and he showed us all how to do that.
Right, and if you don't have the prerequisite knowledge, that's a really great way, because you remember that shit when you're hacking, like when it comes later. Whereas if you read it in an article, you might remember it, but most likely you won't. And when it comes time you need it, you won't have it. Take good notes also. I can't underestimate the value of good notes. Get a note-taking app you like, whether it be KeepNote, OneNote, uh, Obsidian,
Notion.
Notion, whatever you're comfortable with, and use that shit all the time. Take notes. Preferably you get a note-taking tool where you can link your notes together so that you can do hyperlinks from one to another, so you don't have to control F through all your notes at once to try and find your shit.
I've been using Google Drive, but I had to stop because it started flagging all my stuff as malware.
Here's a little handy trick that I do. I do a TrueCrypt volume, and I put that shit in Google Drive. And then when I update it, it will sync it across devices with the new TrueCrypt volume. And then I just remount it elsewhere if I want to sync my shit, because Google will flag payloads now. They also have taken the nation state approach of going through all your shit looking for copyright infringements and then not letting you share a PDF you may have uploaded that might be a hacking book, for instance, because it detects the word copyright in it, which I think is stupid. Because if I want to share my ebooks with people that I have paid for and ripped the DRM off of, let me do it. But I just think they're too intrusive. And in terms of self-hosted alternatives, I like Nextcloud myself.
That's what I use.
Nextcloud is badass, and it's good for collaboration too, because you have multiple people editing the same doc at the same time in a self-hosted environment, pretty much out of the box without a lot additional config. And they have cool plugins. Just don't add too many plugins, because the more shit you add, the more vulnerable your shit becomes. Just like WordPress, and you don't know who wrote these plugins. Just use it just for what you need it for. Don't try and make it the kitchen sink. And if you do that, you'll be fairly solid, even if you expose it to the internet most of the time.
My server rack is huge, and we're running Nextcloud on top of Proxmox. And we're using, I believe, Cloudflare tunnels for every app. And then it's also segmented on a different network to where if anything does get popped, I still have some IDS stuff running to where if I get popped, that would be actually kind of cool. I could see what's going on and learn from it.
Have you realized why running Cloudflare tunnels for a Nextcloud is a very bad idea yet?
Yes, we've been talking about it. We're working
You hit the
on
100 meg file upload issue yet when somebody's trying to upload something and then they get a fucking 404 or whatever error code?
I
That
have
one's
not
annoying.
seen that one, but we are concerned about a third party hosting it.
Take a look at Twingate as an alternative to your Cloudflare tunnels if you're doing the same use case that I am. I think you'll find it's very refreshing, and they have a free tier they don't charge you money for, and you're not going to run into the same issue.
What was that name again?
Twingate. It's like a
Yes, I think
less
that's the one we're
popular
talking
version
about.
of Zscaler. Like Zscaler costs a lot of money. It's worth it, obviously, but Twingate does a lot of the same shit a lot cheaper. Has a free tier for you to play with, and they don't limit you on the free tier. Highly recommend if you're trying to not have to open a port to something on your home network. And if you watch Network Chuck, who's another great YouTuber I like to follow, he has a whole breakdown on his thing on how to set that up properly and not fuck it up.
He's smart, but God, his videos are cheesy.
He is smart and cheesy. Now, I like cheesy and I like smart. I will watch a Network Chuck video every now and then when he does something I don't know how to do. At the same time, just like you, I can appreciate the level of cheese and production that he puts into it. And you know what? It attracts a lot of people who don't know this shit. He's very enthusiastic and upbeat the whole time. Good on him, because he's drawing a crowd of people just like Hack 5 did, and he's like a gateway to get into this.
Back
Obviously,
when Hack
you and
5
I,
was awesome.
That was never. Dude,
hey, it was awesome back in the day.
Yeah, until a pool party happened and then everything changed.
Yeah, and then Shannon got married.
I like Shannon. I think she did a great job as somebody who is very interested in technology, in portraying highly complicated things for people who don't necessarily have the prerequisite skill set. She broke it down for your average person who doesn't know Linux how to do these very difficult command line based things that most people wouldn't understand. She breaks it down in a way, and people watched her and learned from her, and she passed the torch to somebody else. Good on her. Good on all those people for getting people in the industry. And you know what? That's one of the few cases where I'm okay buying a tool to automate something like the Hack5 gadgets that they sell.
Dude,
Yes.
I have every iteration of the pineapple. Like, it was fun watching them build that.
Do you have the corporate one that the new one?
Not the corporate one, but the one below that.
I went up to the Mach 5 or 6, and then I stopped buying them.
Yeah,
At
me
one,
too.
At one point, it was a real turnoff. Was somebody figured out that you could take a GLINet device and port the firmware from the Pineapple over to it, and then Darren Kitchen told them to take it down, and I was like, that's against the whole spirit of what you're doing. I get it could hurt your profits, right? But don't discourage and like DMCA somebody over that. That's bullshit. That's ingenuity.
Yeah, that's
porting
garbage.
code. That's
what the hell?
So that's the issue when we commercialize tools, right? We get these awesome tools and then we make them open source and free, and then somebody takes it and makes a small change to it and says, this is mine, and if you use it, you got to pay me. And that I'm against generally, unless it's something like Nessus or something like how they took OpenVAS, which was great, and they made it better and they charged for the improvements. Okay, good business model in my opinion. They put the effort into it, they deserve to get the revenue. And making good code is not free. You have to hire developers and people who understand the shit. Good on them. I like how Rapid7 keeps Metasploit free on their shit, even though they didn't make it in the first place.
Well, they have a community edition and a pro edition.
And the pro edition is a little better in some tools, but a lot of the stuff
it has more exploits come out faster, so you don't have to wait. That's basically the difference.
It's very similar to threat feeds when you were paying for a premium threat feed for like if you're running Security Onion as an example in a home lab, and you have their default feed that you can use, or you could pay for a better feed that gets stuff quicker. It's very much the same concept, but I like the fact that even if you don't have money, you can still access the tool, learn how to use it. That's why I liked VMware before they got bought by Broadcom. Like if you're trying to learn virtualization on a home lab, they let you run ESXi for free. And they also knew that you were going to pirate it anyway because you wanted to unlock the additional hypervisors, and they didn't put a lock in to stop you from doing that.
But then now that it's all free, it's cool, but you got to sign up for Broadcom and then navigate that stupid website.
They really should streamline the ability to download that and discourage people from rehosting it on third-party websites to not have to sign up for a Broadcom account. I have seen in multiple environments people go to download ESXi ISOs and get a backdoored one from like a Softonic type repository redistribution thing. Just stay with the official source, even if it means you gotta freaking sign up for some bullshit. Use a disposable if you have to, just to get your ISO from the real source. Don't trust shit you're gonna install bare metal ever from an unofficial source.
Exactly.
You don't know what they've done to the ISOs. I used to be a huge fan of all the pirated XP ISOs back in the day, like Windows XP Ultimate Edition. I
still am, but in a lab environment where I can monitor it.
If you go and pull down a tiny Windows 11 installer and then end up with a backdoored system with a rootkit, you really only have yourself to blame. It's like if you didn't build it and it's not from a publisher who's willing to sign it, don't install it if you don't have the ability to monitor it and see what it'll do.
But we got a question from Long Live Liberty. Awesome name, by the way. Hell yeah. Hack the Box Academy? Hell yes. Do it.
Do it. Start with the free ones. There's a couple of free ones. Get your appetite, right? Pay for the VPN. They have 3 tiers, if I remember right. Start with the cheap one and get a learning path. Depending on what you're interested in, If you like pen testing, do the pen testing learning path. They have good content. They do a good job. It's a lot cheaper than the lab for the OSCP. You get a lot of good practice in there, and they have their own certs too. I would argue, contrary to Sledge here, that the OSCP is still a really good freaking cert to get, and you should strive to getting that as a pen tester. But Hack the Box Academy's cert program is pretty solid as well. You're going to learn a lot of the same stuff on similar boxes for a lot less money. And once you do that and you get a little money because you get a job from learning it, then you should take that money and buy some lab access for the OSCP from Offensive Security and do that and get that cert. Because despite a lot of us talking shit about the OSCP, you got to recognize if somebody passed it without cheating, that they probably at least have the skills to get the job done if you're going to hire them as a pen tester.
To be fair, though, my point is the OSP, yes, has a lot of weight on a resume, but the material is questionable in my opinion. Like some of the things they teach you, if you do that on a pen test, you'd get insta-fired.
Give an example, because I've gone through their latest one not long ago. They updated it with the AD labs since probably you and I initially took it.
The AD is probably good, but like back in the day, they were teaching you how to, like, part of the course was buffer overflows and stuff. If you do that on engagement,
you don't have time to do that on engagement.
You're going to get fired if you even do that because of the risk of bringing down something critical.
Right. Agreed. And as a note, you should definitely always avoid any kind of DOS vulnerability on an engagement, especially an internal one. Anything labeled DOS in Metasploit or Nmap or any tool you're using, stay away from. And if you just made the exploit and you're going to use it on an engagement, don't. And if you still are going to, even though we said
never,
don't,
it should be in your freaking contract saying you will not do that.
You shouldn't. That being said, if you do it anyway, you're on your own, and the risk far outweighs the reward of making a freaking buffer overflow or stack overflow exploit that's never been tested before on a freaking engagement. If you're doing an engagement, stick to stuff that's already made. That being said, it's okay to modify your tools to do shit they weren't necessarily intended to do. And you can take some liberties in terms of modifying an exploit so it works properly if you need to, which is probably why they taught people that, I'd imagine. Not many times you're going to need to do a jump ESP and write into a DLL on an engagement. But understanding how your exploits work, I think, is why they put it in there. And a lot of pen testers or people who call themselves that nowadays can't tell you what a Python script they're running did on an engagement. And that's sad.
Another point I want to make about the OSCP, though, is this ruffles feathers every time I say this, but in my opinion, OSCP is more CTF-y. It teaches you how to CTF. And then
Disagree.
I like the eLearn stuff because it teaches you how to pen test.
Their eLearn stuff, they give you a download file, essentially, and it runs in your web browser. It's got all the videos embedded, and it's kind of like if you had an interactive learning environment, but you download it, it runs in a browser. Very cool shit that they do, in my opinion. And they embed your name on the videos, so you're not an asshole and share it with all your friends, even though people do it anyway.
eLearn hasn't done that for me, but OSCP did. OffSec did.
It is solid content, in my opinion, right? A lot of the stuff in the OSCP is super valuable if you don't know it. Even how they start you out learning Bash and learning how to script in Bash. Even if you were a seasoned pen tester and you never really thought to automate some of your shit, you learn a little bit doing that.
So I'm not necessarily talking about the material they give you. That's all top notch. I'm more complaining about the lab or comparing the labs themselves for the exam.
So I think
the OSCP, it felt like Hack the Box. You scan the whole network. There's a bunch of boxes up. And, you get this one. There's a flag. Get this one. There's a flag. With eLearn, it's all like you start here, get into this, get into that, get into that.
I agree. There's different learning paths or different skills you're going to come away with in each way of doing it. eLearn, if you're like the kind of person like you and I, and you have the time and the resources to set up a lab, and you have the money to have at least a hypervisor or an old laptop that you can run as a hypervisor, you can go and do a lot of this same shit without ever paying for Hack the Box or anything. You go to VulnHub, which, by the way, Got Milk also set up.
Yep. He actually beat me to it. I was trying to build that out right before he fucking did it.
Cool shit to learn as well, like Ansible. All these kind of things that automate spinning up VMs and patching shit. Learn all that if you can. But at the very least, if you want to do this and you don't have the money for Hack the Box, even like you go through the free ones, maybe you're strapped on cash, whatever. A good way to learn is just get some equipment. Old equipment's fine. Run these vulnerable hub VMs and practice against them. Web app specifically, damn vulnerable web app is great if you're going to learn web app pen testing. And guess what? You can have an entire career as a pen tester just doing web app shit. And there are some guys we joke about, we call them appsexuals, because they're like literally all there is into freaking web apps. They are awesome at web apps, but if you toss them on network pen test, they're lost. You
The
can
best
specialize.
one, though, the best one I've seen so far is called Goad version 2, Game of Active Directory. If you're running ESXi or Proxmox, it'll even automatically set up everything for you using Terraform and Ansible and whatever.
Now, the key there is getting Terraform and Ansible working on a home lab first, if you haven't done
it.
It
is kind of a bitch.
And that's when you watch Network Chuck, who walks you through it step by step. And he's very enthusiastic and drinks a lot of coffee the whole time. Understanding your tools can't be freaking underestimated nowadays. A lot of people don't know what they're running. You should always understand what code you're running if you're going to be doing any kind of testing, whether it's like web app testing as a hacker, if you're doing like, even if you're in QA, right? And your job is literally like, I want to make sure this app works the way that it's intended to, and I'm going to throw some weird shit at it to try and break it. You need to understand how your tools work. If you're running tools and you don't know, like under the hood, what's going on, you should really take the time to learn it because it's invaluable. And it might change the entire way you go about doing stuff when you understand how the tools work. And you might be one of those guys who figures out something that other people hadn't figured out before about those tools and ways that you can make them better. And then you're giving back to the community instead of just taking. And I think that's the way everybody should be.
To piggyback on that would be learn Python. Like you can write your own network scanner in Python. They've got the, what is it, Python in 100 days or whatever it is. There's a nice book that teaches you how to build all these tools that you use every day, so you really understand what's going on under the hood.
And make sure a book, if you are going to get a book on Python, is on Python 3. There are a million books out there on Python 2, and some of them are great, mind you, but you're going to learn it from scratch nowadays. Don't go back and learn 2, just learn 3. And understand that sometimes you'll come across weird code that won't work in the 3 interpreter, and you'll have to use ChatGPT to fix it. I think a cool course would be learning how to have ChatGPT make pen testing tools for you. But I digress. A lot of people don't know how to code shit, right? I never claimed to be a great coder. When I went to college, I did okay in my coding classes. Like I did C++, Java, JavaScript, and I'm old, so I also did QBasic in 2000. I did, what are some other stupid languages they made me take that I'm never going to use? COBOL. Yeah, Common Business Oriented Language was a class I actually got credit for. Unless I was going to be updating bank software for the Y2K bug, that's not something I'm ever going to likely ever use. But it's cool to learn how things have evolved and the differences in programming languages. I don't think anybody who takes a C++ programming class nowadays should ever code something in production in C++ because it's not memory. Learn Rust, learn Go, learn newer languages, but you don't need to be a master coder. In fact, I know a lot of pen testers who make really nice reports and are really shit coders. So don't feel like if you're not a good coder, you can't do this. You can still do it. You just need to invest a little bit of time in at least learning fundamentals. I see your screen, dude, and I see no VNC up. No VNC.
Yeah, it timed
What are we
out.
gonna do here, huh?
It just timed out, but I'm transferring 3 terabytes off of Google onto Nextcloud because fuck Google, it's too expensive.
Yes. Google is not a company I am a fan of. I should get freaking Zach Voorhees on here at some point. That dude's pretty cool. I don't necessarily agree with him on a lot of political shit, but the dude is pretty cool for a whistleblower, in my opinion. Yeah, Google, man. Google's not great. Be careful what you give your data to, because if something's free, you're the product, and remember that. If you're getting free cloud storage, you're paying for it with they're going through your cloud storage and seeing what you're putting there and trying to build advertising data and shit on you.
So, question for you. Maybe edit this out behind the scenes. Should we have a blue teamer join in?
Yeah. I mean, look, I was a blue teamer for many years.
I was too for 5 years.
I ran a SOC. I started in a SOC. I didn't start in a SOC, but I did have a SOC 1 job once, and then very quickly got promoted up the chain, and eventually running my own SOC, and also like doing the thing where you go on site and install SIMs, which is always freaking fun, trying to get tap devices to work properly and not have them just configure the core switch to go in span mode and watch its performance hit the toilet. But it's difficult to, as a new person, understand all these paths, and I just want to get back a little bit to that. Where should you specialize? Say you're
quick tangent. I wrote the book on QRadar. Anyways, continue.
QRadar.
The SIM that IBM patented.
I know. You should talk to Delchai. He could use your help. Anyway, I'm new.
Delchai.
Let's do this from a tabletop exercise point of view. I'm going to play the noob. You're going to be the experienced hacker.
1 second, though. My blue teamer is going to be trying to join here any second.
Ah, sweet. Even better.
If we have time.
Dude,
I don't know how long you want to go.
I give 0 Fs. You know, it's a podcast. People are watching it, and I don't care.
I've got all night. I don't care.
Normally we do them like 2 hours, but I'm good. You know, I have fun doing this, honestly. And I don't get to socialize much anymore. I'm always behind a freaking screen. So this is like my going to the bar right here.
Yeah, perfect. But anyways, we can start off and see if he joins. I don't know if it's going to show up in your dashboard or...
If he clicks that link, he'll pop up on the bottom, and I can just click the add to the thing here.
Okay.
So I'm a college kid, and we're just going to do this tabletop, okay? So you're a hacker, man. How'd you get paid to be a hacker? How can I do that? I like all that hacking stuff. You know, I hacked my mom's computer, and I was able to get her passwords. I set up a screensaver, and when she exited the screensaver, it asked her password, and I got her password. It was really cool. And then I went and I got a whole bunch of porn from her accounts because, you know, I could, use her credit card to get some porn, and she never knew it was me. It was great. Should I be a hacker? Can I get paid for it? Dude, once I hacked somebody's AOL account, you know how I did it? I asked them for their password. I told them I was the TOS administrator. It worked, bro. Should I be a hacker? Can I get paid for it?
That's a funny story. My mom tells me all the time that, because I grew up homeschooled for about 4 or 5 years, middle school ages, and we had, the curriculum was software on the computer, and my mom always tells the story that I got her password, logged in, and changed all my grades. Does that make me a hacker?
So when I went to high school, the dude who was tasked with running the school's website came to me. He's like, hey, I hear you're really good with computers. Can you help me with the school's website? I said, sure. And immediately got credentials that were usable everywhere, administrative access to the school's backend. And I was even responsible and didn't change anybody's grade. So Good on me.
Was it good,
Crowd
sir?
strong. Did I say that right?
Yes.
It's like crowd strike, but making fun of it.
Mm.
I like it. That's like trusted sec, but making fun of it.
Yep.
Very good. You're a blue teamer, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're doing a little role play here where I'm playing the noob, and I'm asking for advice on what I should do for my career in InfoSec because I'm really interested in wanting to do it for a living as this noob. Would you be willing to play along with our little game here?
Sure. Let's do this. There we go.
Right. Should I go to college and take classes to learn how to be a hacker?
No.
Hey, that's 3 for 3.
Absolutely not.
If I want to get a really high-paying job doing hacking stuff, how do I do that?
Go to prison first.
Let's see. Learn, yeah, but also put yourself in places where you probably shouldn't be. Sometimes that's all right. Sometimes it's knowing the right people.
That was my argument for college, is knowing the right people.
Well, sometimes you just kind of run into the right people too.
Yeah.
In that defense, though, in my career, it's because I went to college and I met the right people. So I guess technically, but for technical skill sets, you're not going to learn anything in college.
You don't learn shit in college.
No, absolutely not.
So I'm really interested. I want to do the kind of thing that this Sledge guy talks about, where he gets paid to hack into companies. Mm-hmm. Where should I start? What do I do?
For me, I'm actually on that career path myself. I have started the blue team side, not unlike Sledge did.
What's a blue team?
The defenders of organizations. Basically, a lot of our day-to-day is monitoring, logging, response, remediation, the incident response lifecycle, anything that has to do with stopping bad actors from getting into a organization, network.
So is that where people should start? Should they just go and be blue teamers? Does that make them good red teamers automatically?
No, absolutely not.
I will interject here and say typically there's a ladder. Normally, if you're starting out, you start blue team and then you work your way up to red team. It's very rare to go straight to red team without blue team experience. I mean, unless you're a smart motherfucker.
Even then, I started in IT. I did IT for years. And then I got my hands on in security and worked my way up from blue. But the underlying things that I've learned in IT and networking and all the things that were relevant there have been instrumental in me understanding the blue team side. And ultimately, a lot of the stuff that I do on kind of the other side of the fence, just in my own personal life, for red teaming and engagements and pen testing and all of that jazz.
I've heard some from my friends who are really good video game hackers that they do this thing with cheat engine and they're able to like get free coins in games. It's like, should I learn that?
Quit. Nope. Stop. That's so to understand. So I believe the term is
don't self-incriminate.
No. There's a term for this. It's script kiddies. There we go. If you're using tools that you don't understand and don't understand how they work, you're a script kiddie. And like,
but if the tool gets me like access to somebody's computer and I can get all this cool data, why shouldn't I use it if I don't understand it?
Well, first off, from the professional side, accessing computer systems without permission is illegal. Don't do this.
But things are only illegal if you don't get caught.
Do you know how to hide your tracks? How loud is your tool? What do you know about it?
Other than I'm behind 20 proxies. You'll never catch me.
Not the 7 proxies. Oh,
HideMyAss.com.
That's a
dude. I went and paid for a VPN. They'll never catch me.
Yeah, it's not how that works, man. Oh boy.
It's not.
No.
Wait, you mean there's more to operational? What is this operational security thing? People always talk about this. What does that mean?
To take steps in order to cloak. I apologize. There was a loud noise in my house. To cloak yourself, your persons, your technology, your activity online and in your day-to-day life.
For OPSEC, I can't remember who I got this from, but a really good thing is have a public-facing persona like
Mhm.
Facebook, Twitter, whatever.
Mhm.
And then I have my hacker handle, Sledge. But then if you're going to do something crazy, have a completely different set of shit that cannot be traced back to one or the other.
Yep.
I saw this big white book called Operational Security. Should I read that book? Would it help me understand it?
I mean,
I haven't
do you-
read it.
how do you learn this?
I can't. Yeah, I can't speak to that. I haven't read it.
it's going to probably make good points, but it literally comes down to what I just said.
This is assuming you can judge the book by its cover.
So if I want to learn this stuff, should I do it by reading every book I can get, or should I try it hands-on first? How do I do it? How do I get involved?
You know, that's a good question. Oh boy.
There's one of the starting points to setting up a separate identity is there's a spreadsheet of VPNs out there that tells you which ones
Log
store
data?
your data and don't, because you want an end-to-end encryption one if you're worried about, them turning your data over to the feds or whatever. So that's the big starting point there. And then you pay for everything with cash and prepaid cards or whatever. And then you can start I guess I'm going down the route of Black Hat. Like you're trying to escape the cops or whatever.
I mean,
Should I aspire to be a black hat? Is that a good thing to want to be?
No.
No, that's no.
They've all eventually gotten caught.
So what are these hats everybody talks about? White hats, red hats, black hats. What are they? What do they mean?
Gray hat.
Gray hat. What is that?
Gray hat is what I would call bug bounty when a company's not in a bug bounty program.
So if I find something and I tell a company about it and they didn't know about it, but they don't have one of these bug bounty programs, will they give me money for it?
It's always hit and miss there, but that's what I would call a gray hat.
How can I make sure they give me money? I like money.
You got to be careful with that too. You can always find yourself in legal trouble there too, even if you're responsibly disclosing.
I paid for
that. Was
video.
actually a topic of discussion earlier. So carry on.
Yeah.
What, just responsible disclosure?
Yep.
Please do. Yeah. Let's break from the role play for a sec. Let's go back to responsible disclosure. Why is it important? Why do people need to follow responsible disclosure guidelines? What can go wrong when somebody finds a vulnerability and reports it the wrong way, or worse yet, uses it for evil, or shares it with friends who use it for evil?
So I was actually listening to Darknet Diaries. I believe it was
Jack
yesterday. Jack Recider.
Hell yeah.
He was talking about having found a bug in some old ASUS router, I believe it was, and he was able to get admin passwords in clear text and access to any kind of storage that was connected to the device from anywhere in the world with an IP address. And it's important to have responsible. He tried to reach out to ASUS to have them patch this, and basically what happened was they let it sit for months and did nothing with it. And so eventually he went out, and it kind of gave a little bit of this in the public eye, not everything in how he did it, but attempted to disclose responsibly to the company so they could fix it. Because once he puts it out there, it's out there, and then other people can abuse it and steal data and all of the other things that you would do with confidential information or access. So to go back into that, he went out and explained that this was happening, but how it was happening, to kind of get it into the public eye and get some people angry about it and try to make them start working on the issues. And they did to a certain point, but the FTP issue, where you could go and pull the data from the data stores on the device that were hooked to it, was still lingering. They fixed the admin credential issue, but they did not do anything about the FTP issue. So he eventually did disclose that publicly to force them to eventually fix the issue, which, if I remember correctly, I don't think they ever did. But a lot of people, he was discussing the pros and cons of if where that responsible disclosure is and why, because as soon as you tell everybody how it's done, you'll have bad actors go and do the same thing and exploit those devices or systems or things like that. So you have to be careful with sensitive information that you find when you're doing bug bounties or fuzzing or whatever it is that you find, because somebody will use that for bad. 1,000%.
He's actually making the point that I made earlier. Sometimes you got to force somebody's hand.
And if you find something that big in a system and somebody doesn't do something, if it affects a lot of people and somebody doesn't do something about it in a given amount of time, somebody else is going to find that and somebody else is going to exploit it. And I think it's our job, our job as security researchers, because that's what we all are, right? In our own
In
way.
theory.
In theory, yeah, right. As security researchers to do what we can to try and protect the assets that people have for the good of people, not for
the good of all.
Yeah. For the good
So
of all.
devil's advocate here. Asus is a company that makes money by selling new products, and built-in obsolescence is a thing that they build into their business model. How long should a company like Asus be responsible for keeping software up to date on a device they no longer sell?
Oh boy.
Ooh.
So planned obsolescence, right?
Well, it depends when they send the end of life
Yeah. See,
notification.
That's the question, right? Planned obsolescence. So you even with like technology changing as it does, you don't want a 10-year-old router. That's probably not great, right? So I guess I don't know. I'd say a couple of years after they stop selling just software updates. I haven't actually ever pondered this. Good question.
Thank you.
I would say I actually think there's a standard for this. I have to Google that.
There should be if there's not. Like, I'm a big fan of taking old shit, old devices like old routers that I get at the thrift store and tossing like OpenWRT, Tomato, DDWRT on them, giving them a second life as something like a NAS on a network, or sometimes even keeping them as a router, depending on what I'm using. Sometimes I'll put pfSense in front of it, also free. But for somebody who's like blue teaming, right? And they want to learn how to be a blue teamer, set up a really good home lab. From my experience, what I generally tell people to do is go get like a Netgear GS105, put it so port 1 mirrors port 5, set up Security Onion, mirror your traffic, and kind of start learning how to use a SIM. Is that good advice or bad advice by today's standards, or has the game changed enough that that's like not what you should tell people anymore?
I would do a twofold answer and say learn how to use virtual machines, but basically do the same thing.
Yep. And not that VMware hasn't gone to die with Broadcom, but VMware is free now. So like you can get copies of VMware for everything on the planet, all the big operating systems for nothing. Not that there weren't other options, but VMware Workstation is what I built my career on, and I am now, thanks to Sledge, actually learning. Oh God, what's it called? I forgot. I just had a massive.
You're talking about Prox?
Proxmox.
Proxmox.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Do you think a lot of big corporations are going to start migrating from ESXi with the new licensing shit over to Proxmox, since it seems to be the next best alternative?
Potentially.
We'll see in the coming years. I'm interested to see what Broadcom does with it, but historically,
Proxmox is a learning curve because it's basically a hypervisor with a bunch of different containers in it, and you got to understand how that works. With ESXi, they got that nice GUI. Everything is easy and usable. Proxmox has its own learning curve, so we'll have to see what happens there.
Do you see a future with containers being more popular than VMs, or vice versa?
Yes.
Yeah.
In terms of sandbox escapes and host isolation, when it comes to like Proxmox versus Kubernetes or any of these container orchestrator products, what's the best guidance for somebody who's learning it to not set shit up in such a way that they're going to leave an API exposed and get their own shit hacked? Like
segmentation. Just assume you're going to get hacked at some point.
From the ground up of their
network segmentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Network segmentation.
Are VLANs enough for network segmentation, or do they need to be physically isolated networks?
VLANs typically are good, but there are exploits that come out every now and then for like VLAN hopping, or if you do an update and screw up a configuration file or something, that's always a possibility. So physical is always best. So like in my situation, I have 8 external IPs, and each one is going to a different port, and it's all segmented out.
You can assume.
How do you load balance between those? If you want to switch, you doing routing?
We've
For
been
people who
using.
don't know routing.
We don't have
Uh,
routing in place yet, but I've been using this thing called NetMaker, which is a really nice VPN to go from one network to another.
Cool. For people who are starting out and don't know networking fundamentals, should they start with the OSI model? Should they start with just learning basic network topology, how to do IP addressing, subnetting, supernetting? Where is a good starting point for somebody who might be a good computer user, might understand, like, I know how to use Windows Explorer, and I can maybe make a simple program or something to start learning networking and understand like what they need to get into a career if they want to be a network engineer, or eventually maybe be a SOC engineer, maybe find a career in SOC automation, like go down those paths. Where do they start to get the fundamental knowledge?
Understand TCP/IP as deep as they can go, all the way down to ghost bits.
Why TCP over UDP or another protocol?
From my understanding, when I say TCP/IP, UDP is part of that umbrella.
Yeah, I'm just being a little bit of a devil's advocate because it's fun.
But know the difference. At the bare minimum, know the difference between TCP and UDP.
I'd tell you a UDP joke, but I don't think you'd get it.
Yeah, exactly.
CrowdStock. Very good. There's 10 types of people in this world.
Something binary, something.
Something.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the people who I come across who are like really enthusiastic, they want to be a hacker, they want to get into InfoSec, they waste so much of their time like getting some stupid Indian course that's supposedly going to teach them how to do it, or like buying some ChatGPT generated nonsense, and they just don't know where to start, and they ask for advice. I generally lead them in the right place, mind you, but how do we as like a group of people who are knowledgeable about this prevent people from going down the stupid paths and actually have them waste less time if they are genuinely interested and have that hacker mindset where they are lifelong learners and not just going to give up when things get hard?
Talk to them and have genuine faith in them, and then help them navigate the minefield that is learning this shit.
Because it's a lot. It is, and there's no way around that. There's so much that encompasses InfoSec as a whole. To take it in bites of an elephant, so to speak, is the most important thing, right? You can't learn it all. It's impossible. You can scratch the surface of everything, each denomination, if you will, but you can't learn it all.
And there's like no point A, no point B, no point C. It's not the same for everybody. So you got to kind of help people navigate where they're going next, what to learn next, what to study next.
Is it good to be more of a generalist or have a specialization?
So you start out general.
Yeah, just start out wherever you start out, man. Whatever feels most comfortable.
So you identify as a blue teamer, right? So that means you're good at defense. If you were asked to do something that Sledge does, like a penetration test, would you have any idea how to start?
I have a decent amount of knowledge here, but it has also helped me blue team.
So would you say there's a lot of knowledge you can gain by being a blue teamer first that can apply later to being a red teamer if that's the path you choose to go down?
That is my goal in being a blue teamer, is to learn.
It helps you be more quiet on the network, knowing what the tools are looking for.
Yep.
And the quieter you are, the more you can
You're
hear.
able to hear.
Mm-hmm.
It has helped me understand, and has in the years that I've been doing it, it has helped me to understand in such ways that I've been exposed to different things that I never, and tactics and techniques that I would have never conceived before, having seen them actually hit an environment, one that I was defending at the time, right? So it is, and everything that I do and everything that I learn and everything that I'm subjected to, it is helping me get to that point and better eventually my red team career.
Why do you think so many people find red teaming so sexy but find blue teaming so boring?
Because
power.
of movies. Movies. I think they've sexualized it in movies, right? Sexualized, that's an objective term. You know what I mean? Because you see, it's you'll see Tom Cruise hanging down from a wire, just sitting here on his keyboard, just whatever. And it's nothing like that, right? Not for the most part. You have some social engineering bits, you have some of it's physical penetration testing and things like that, but 99% of that is not. And I think that there's a misconception that when you're getting into the red teaming part, it's also sitting and just kind of looking for vulnerabilities or running scans or tools, or there's nothing like really. It's really neat when for legal purposes on Hack the Box. It's really neat when you hit your first box, when you pop your first box and you get that flag. It's awesome, but like it's not. It's a media thing. I think that's where it comes from.
When you hit your first box in the real world as a pen tester, there's a sense of power, I guess, for a lack of a better word, that comes over you. And then, great power, great responsibility, yada, yada. So it's like, yeah, I could destroy this company if I wanted to, but contractually obligated not to. So I'm going to teach them how to not, be vulnerable to somebody else that may have similar access by whatever means. Because that's my paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say, as a red teamer, Sledge, the most common misconception you hear about blue teamers are, and vice versa for the red teamers?
The misconception would be I wouldn't call it a misconception, but there's miscommunication between red and blue. They kind of feel like they're at odds at each other a lot of times. Instead of working with each other, they're working against each other, trying to build up their metrics.
So where the purple
So very adversarial is kind of a common issue.
Basically, yes, because this is where I'm going to make
say
the
they're
point
gonna have a
that,
purple
yes,
team, but don't do it.
Yes, they need a purple team, or at least somebody to freaking talk to the blue team from the red side, or vice versa. They need to talk.
Earlier in my career, when I was hanging out with people who were pen testers before I knew what the hell I was doing, I often got the feeling that their job was more finding stuff and dumping it on people and not necessarily helping them fix it.
Right.
Would you say that's accurate or not anymore? You think the industry's changed since then? Or is it still like you find stuff, you help them fix it, or you find stuff, you put together a nice report? Is it often separate, sometimes a little different? How's it going nowadays?
This is actually a legality problem, because if you put recommendations on how to fix something in a report and they do it and it doesn't work because we don't know the full understanding of their network, they can come back and say, hey, you told us to do XYZ and it made it worse or didn't do anything. So all we can do as pen testers is say, yeah, this needs to happen. This is what we found. Here's some resources, and then their admins or whatever can figure it out from there.
Very good. As a blue teamer, what would you say the most common misconception you hear about red team is, or something about red team that is just misunderstood generally by blue teamers?
Honestly, I don't have a good answer for this. I'm fortunate enough to have a really, like, in my career life, the one red team I've actually worked with, I've been incredibly fortunate enough to have a good rapport with them. In fact, we did a tabletop exercise today with our red team. Great stuff.
Very good. Can you, for our viewers, walk through the benefits of doing a tabletop as a company, why it's important, and what they get as a takeaway?
Sure. So the concept of a tabletop exercise is you're given a set amount of scenarios, or a big scenario, in my case, where something has happened to a network, or it usually starts with the SOC will receive an alert, and this is what we do to analyze, triage, detect, triage, and respond and remediate it. Right. So we go through as the teams that are involved and determine what the alert says, what it's doing, what kind of threat it has to do with. We'll reach out to whoever we need to at that point, say threat intelligence or our red team or whoever can help us determine what that threat is, and kind of what we need to start looking for. Indicators of IOCs and things like that, TTPs, to determine what we as the SOC need to start hunting for this threat, and what we need to start trying to block or defend against. From there, we just kind of work our way through the process, the incident response process from A to Z to respond, remediate, and learn, respond, detect, respond, remediate. There we are. Thanks. Sorry. And it just gives you a scenario that has either happened or hasn't happened. It could happen, or from someone else that's happened. To kind of see what kind of tools you have and the methodologies that you've got and where gaps might be to make things better, where miscommunication may happen between teams and things like that. It helps to strengthen and to better working relationships between teams, in my opinion and experience.
And that is healthy.
Yes.
Those tabletops, that's literally what Purple Team means.
Yeah, we had seven teams on ours today.
Nice.
Yeah, 7 teams. So it's
so you're not like, hey, what do you do? What do you do in chat? Like, who do I talk
to? We have an excellent working relationship in my organization, and it's great. But I don't have a good rounding back. I don't have a good answer for your red team response because I haven't run into those misconceptions yet.
No, that's perfectly valid. I think that's really awesome. You work at a company where that's the case. Let me continue my questioning here along. When you're doing a tabletop, is it meant to be trying to trick them and get them to slip up, or is it more working with them to go through the process step by step?
No, it's an intent to work process step by step. Yep. It's a fabricated scenario with basically they'll give us parts and pieces. So if I remember correctly, just thinking about mine today, the SOC.
So hold on. Let me stop you for 2 seconds.
Go for
when
it.
You say fabricated scenario, do you mean they did an internal pen test, or what are you talking about?
So the specific in this instance, it was a fabricated scenario where there were some our threat intel team went and got information on a specific threat actor and a specific say IP and some of the IOCs that were relevant to that threat actor and that attack vector, and kind of walked through the SOC got this alert. What does this mean? Where would we go? Where would we look? What do we do? Where would we find this data? Where would this and this? And then they ended up giving us kind of giving us a little bit more. It came in through an email, or it came in through a network, or it came in through this platform or whatever. And then how we would go and deal with that. And then who would we kind of work with between the different teams to, maybe get information out to the general populace of the organization, say if it were a fish or something, or if it were, a specific team that needed to be reached out to for whatever reason, or if we needed more information from Intel for IOCs or whatever happened. And it was fabricated in that it hadn't happened as it sat, as the scenario was given, but just fabricated from start to finish in terms of detection to remediation and after action review.
Normally, I would say, I don't know, in my mind, how the whole purple team, red team, blue team talking to each other would happen would be like like worst case scenario, an automated pen test. We all know they suck dick.
Qualis.
Yeah, or anything. They all
Good old
suck.
Qualis.
But just something to see if the blue team has their triggers actually detecting
Sure.
what you're throwing at it. And then you talk about it.
Well, even then, like right now, we've been talking about the USB rubber ducky recently and how to detect on that as the rubber ducky itself, what kind of signatures and things that it's doing, and how do you detect on that being an emulated keyboard and mouse. So that's one of the big things that we're talking about now, right?
Speaking of detection, though, there is one attack that I'm not sure how to detect. Have you guys figured out a way to do art poisoning and LLM shit?
I'll get back to you on the side about that. How about that?
Yeah.
We'll
I don't
talk
know
about the
anybody
trailer.
that can detect that.
I immediately have some ideas, but I also have somebody I can put you in touch with. You and I can talk about that later, though.
All right.
Just remind me.
I got to say, Responder is still fun, and Pretender's great. Okay, next question. You're doing these tabletop exercises. What are deliverables at the end of it? What comes out of it as far as management's concerned? Is there any reporting that's generated, or is it just the overall experience of understanding what gets done in an emergency, who does what, and making sure that all the things are in place for any kind of contingency that comes up?
So it gives us an opportunity to kind of see where gaps lie, and that's really the big thing here is what do we have to respond? What can we get to respond? Where if we had something akin to what we're going through happen, say some kind of attack or something, how would we respond to it? How would we, who would we call? How would we, really walk through that process as opposed to just, watching or reading a document, having a real kind of idea of what to do about a certain scenario. And with that comes your after action review. What was good? What was bad? What do we not have in terms of logging or information or whatever? Where do we hang up when we're trying to reach out to teams? Where might that be an issue? What kind of teams would we need to be able to reach out to that maybe we don't at this point? Because we haven't thought about it until we hit this specific roadblock. Things like that. It's not just for... it's fun. I enjoy stuff like that because it makes me think outside of the day-to-day. Not that the day-to-day doesn't make me think. It's just, hey, if you really have an attack going on, it really makes you think about kind of the way you would walk through these kinds of things, as opposed to just getting caught with, quote, your pants down and actually being attacked. I enjoy that kind of thing, though.
And then also like the policies and procedures and how you escalate, and all of that.
Like if there's a call tree and who gets escalated when, and all that stuff is covered in a typical tabletop, right?
That's correct.
Would you make the case that it's better to have a very detailed steps that a responder needs to follow in terms of a playbook, or give them leeway to make decisions on their own?
So I'm very heavily on one side of this. I think that playbooks should be very abstract's not the word I want to use.
I call it a recipe that you don't necessarily have to follow.
Yeah, a suggestion. It's not a suggestion. It's a framework, right? But it's not the house. And it's important to have, like, as I'm going through and teaching analysts now. That's really my day job, is teaching analysts. To be analysts. So it's important to have an analyst that can work through issues and understand more than what's just sitting in their playbook. Because if you just give them a playbook, I can have a computer do that. That's easy. It's when you get to the point where you have to think. That's what makes an analyst, right? Is somebody who can think outside that box and has the mindset for seeing anomalies or understanding context, or a lot of the things that I am trying to hammer home in my analyst's heads right now is you cannot trust your tool sets, because it does not understand context. It just sees what it sees. And based on heuristic analysis or whatever black magic is happening in a little box, it's going to tell you if it thinks it's good or bad, but it doesn't understand anything past that. And that is where my, like, analysts in general, I would imagine, would have issues. But I know that that's something that I'm trying to hammer home with my guys.
That comes back down to a conversation we had earlier about knowing what your tools do.
Yep. But even so, understanding what your tool does doesn't always mean it's right.
Fair. That's fair.
Or that it's the right tool for the situation.
That is also correct.
So would you make the case that security orchestration, automation, and response can greatly cut down the amount of analysts needed at a SOC, or that it's instead just a tool that can be leveraged by analysts to automate boring parts or repetitive parts of their jobs?
Source
I would say yes.
I would go with wholeheartedly in the second one, because again, the computer doesn't understand. You can do a lot of things with SOAR, but you can't make an analyst.
So when these companies are approaching people who run SOCs and trying to sell them tools that they claim will make it so that one analyst can do the work of 50 in their marketing, do you think that's a good way they should be going about it, or maybe they should rebrand their marketing?
Snake oil.
I would say, hang on a minute. There is no silver bullet. Mm-hmm. No tool's going to do everything. Mm-hmm. You're always going to need analysts to tune it and fix the tool as time goes on. Yep. And adjust the signatures, write signatures for threat hunting. You're always going to need a human on the back end.
Yep. But even so, just base analysts coming out of the engineering side, coming out of the people who tweak the systems and everything else, the actual analysts doing the eyes to glass, right? You may be able to get a little bit of information a little bit quicker, but you still have to respond to all of the things that you're responding to. It may save marginal amounts of time, but you're still not replacing that analyst. You cannot.
Correct.
It does not work.
It's like in a SIM, you can take 1,000 of the same alerts, stick it into one, and say false positive. Mm-hmm. That was a DC update or something, or somebody forgot their password on an SMB share. They just tried to keep reconnecting or whatever, and it just generates all these passwords or all these alerts.
It changed. Say there's a script somewhere that runs, and hard-coded passwords are not good practice, but we do that. People do them anyway. Organizations do them anyway. I don't do that. Don't do that.
He's got a secret store.
Oh no, I very much don't do that. It's just something that I'm fighting right now. So if you sometimes you'll have hard-coded passwords places, and they'll be running scripts, and those passwords either change on the back end, or because time frames or whatever for your passwords change, and you'll just get 1,000 alerts over a weekend because it's tried over and over and over and over to log in, and it just fails, and alerts telling you that, hey, this has failed. So doing the investigation, making sure that's legitimate activity, and it's just this has changed or whatever, is absolutely important. But the computer can't know that. The computer can't tell the difference.
One issue I've noticed in our industry, a lot of these companies that sell SOC as a service don't really get to know the environments of the customers or do their due diligence in ingesting the proper logging sources to be able to alert on the activity that would be very detrimental to them if it happened. How do you think, as a blue teamer, that problem might someday get resolved in our industry?
Before I digest that question, let me address another huge thing here, which is the SOC as a service or whatever has to have metrics to justify their paycheck. So there is usually a quota of alerts that they need to report on. Even if they're garbage, they could just delete them, but they want a quota of reports and whatever in their system to justify your paycheck.
So I've seen a lot of friends of mine who've taken jobs as like senior SOC analysts at MSSPs, only to find out that they're selling snake oil to their customers, and when they try to fix it, they get chastised. When they point out, like, you've got one data source, and that data source is not NIDS or HIDS, but like the Microsoft Defender feed that's only getting data. If they bring that up to management, rather than getting told to fix the problem, or they instead get silenced and told that they don't know what they're talking about, even if they've got like more experience than the person who started the thing. It's awfully specific, I know, but let me digress here. how, in general, do you think if somebody running a company, like you're a CISO, you're in this position of power and you have a responsibility to make sure your company doesn't get hacked, either you can do your own in-house SOC, or you can have a SOC and a combination of in-house guys where level 1 SOC is going to be an MSSP. They're going to escalate your alerts. CrowdStrike has an offering that does that. And there's a million companies out there that do that. How do you pick a company that you actually know is going to do it right and not just be a bunch of F-wits who don't know what they're doing and are just sending you bullshit alerts for no reason to justify metrics? How do you tell the snake oil apart from the people who actually know their shit in this industry? If you are a CISO and you don't have necessarily insider knowledge on what companies are doing it right, and you're just like your average, I was a network engineer, now I'm a CISO because I got promoted kind of guy.
It comes down to budget, I would say, because all these companies do the same thing basically. So as a CISO, how can you justify paying XYZ company? So let's say they don't report on false positives, but you want them to. It's kind of like that situation we were talking about where it's a vulnerability scan versus a pen test. Do you want everything or just the good shit that's actually important?
How do you also trust the company like that with, say, MDR, like managed detection and response, where you're going to give them access, say, for instance, to go into CrowdStrike and isolate a machine if they think it's bad, something bad's happening? Like, how do you judge what kind of access you're going to give those kind of people? Because we've seen attacks where these MSSPs, the tools they use themselves get breached, and then the companies get breached as a result. You know, how do you pick somebody? And then if it's always happening.
I feel like that comes down to the EDR tool that they're using. It's like, I like Carbon Black. I trust them. I worked with them for a long time, but I don't know. It just comes down to it. Long story short, it depends.
So assume not every CISO's got an unlimited budget to buy all the best tools. If you had to pick a core set of tools, a good EDR tool, maybe a good thing that can ingest logs from multiple places and give you alerts on them, a SIM. If you had to have a very scaled down core set of tools, without mentioning vendors, what tools do you think are the most important from a detection and response standpoint to have in your company before you start buying other tools? Like, this is the core set of shit you got to have if you're running a company nowadays if you want to not get breached.
Data storage for the logs, and then a SIM to parse them, and an EDR to help collect, and then log parsers from different devices.
Something to deal with email.
Yeah, and then yep.
That's
email.
also important. This is actually something I'm dealing with in my personal life, just because of another project that I'm working on. I've actually been asked this very question. So along what Sledge was saying, kind of the same thing. Your SIM, something to deal with logs and log management, data storage for that, something to run email, and your EDR, your endpoint.
And what kind of person do I have to hire to make all those tools talk to one another?
Me.
You'll need someone to run each. I mean, if you want to spread somebody thin, you can try and have them run all of them, but that's a lot.
It's usually different teams depending on the size of the company.
Yeah.
What would that person's title generally be at a company?
Security architect.
Yeah. Oh.
And how does the security architect differ from, say, a security engineer?
The architect builds stuff. The engineer,
the engineer just runs it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what's the difference between an engineer and an analyst then?
Analyst deals with the output.
Mm-hmm.
Should an analyst aspire to be an engineer, and should an engineer aspire to eventually become an architect?
Depends on how long his beard is.
It depends on if that's what they want to do, and I think that's the most important thing that goes back into the facets of InfoSec. Do you want to build something? Do you want to use it? Do you have the desire to make things better? Is that something that you are you a builder of tools, or are you an ingester of data? Are you good at finding anomalies? I mean, are puzzles for you? There are a lot of questions that I would start asking if that's really what somebody wanted to do or was asking that question. There are so many different questions that I would ask to try and help them figure out if that's what they were trying to do or not.
So that comment from Long Live Liberty, I want to piggyback on that and say, yeah, I got into Hannah Montana Linux's backdoor.
One of the things when I started doing pen testing that kind of blew my mind, and I think most people don't know who aren't blue teamers or red teamers, is the concept of reverse shells as opposed to like a bind shell.
One motherfucker got fired at my company because he didn't know the difference.
It's an important difference.
It is a very important difference.
So there's obviously different use cases for like a bind shell versus a reverse shell. But for your average person who doesn't know what the hell either of those things are, very high level, if I breach a company's computer and I have an exploit, whether they click an email, whatever my first stage happens to be, and I get access to that computer and I want to talk to it, but there's a NAT in the middle, it can be very confusing to route that traffic to the right place and make sure you're going to be able to talk to it again. So the reverse shell essentially goes and can work in a variety of different ways if it's going to pull down a second stage payload and all that kind of crap. But the gist of it is pretty much that the communication is going to be reversed, where the computer that's infected will now reach out to the attacker, and then the attacker will use that connection to pivot back to the box to command it to do things.
So the reverse, you send your payload, it calls out, so it opens the connection through the firewall, which is basically the difference.
And most companies spend a lot of time configuring their firewalls in one direction, but not the other, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they spend a fortune configuring a firewall and making sure that everything's locked down in terms of what they're going to choose to port forward, and if they're going to have this service accessible on a WAN address, or what's going to be in the DMZ, and completely forget that if they allow certain things outbound, and somebody say clicks a malicious link or gets a phishing email, that they're going to make a connection outbound instead of it coming inbound. Would you say that's a very common misconception a lot of people still have in the defensive industry, or have they finally learned that, reverse shells are kind of more the norm, and that's what you should be looking for if you're looking for a sign of compromise as opposed to maybe a bind shell?
To CrowdStrong, because I haven't dealt with that in a long time.
I was.
I also don't have a good answer for this right now. I don't have a good answer for that right now.
There are examples, though, that I could give where, let's take Eternal Blue, for example. When that POC first dropped, only bind shell would work. You couldn't get a reverse to work because the memory wasn't enough until they, modified the payload to where it could actually load in memory and then call back.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the firewall, nobody was detecting it because it was asking to go out.
Right. And how, as a person who's maybe designing a system where from the ground up, you want to be able to detect somebody going out on port 4444 and why that might be anomalous, there's a whole thing with that called writing detection rules, right? So when somebody's writing a detection rule and learning how to do that, what are good resources for them to learn that whole thing?
Depends on the tool.
So why is it that maybe a detection rule that might be great for Splunk might be horrible for logarithm?
For conversation's sake, typically if you're to write your own, you'd be using regex unless the tool has their own language.
Splunk has its own, for sure.
Yeah.
So would you say knowing regex is a very valuable skill if you're going to be writing detection rules?
You don't
Something you
necessarily
should invest time in learning, or at least learn how to use the tools that help you do it, since most people who say they know how to do regex is actually just using tools.
I mean, you don't necessarily have to know regex in and out. You got CyberChef. You can type in the
CyberChef is great.
GHCQ put out CyberChef for free, and I wonder on the public instance how much of that data they just capture and keep for themselves.
It's a question, isn't it?
Ooh.
And you can run your own local instance, but I think most people just Google CyberChef and type.
That's why you don't upload shit to virus.
There's stuff in there.
Yeah,
it's probably a good intelligence tool for.
Don't put sensitive data on the internet somewhere.
a lot of companies that refuse to pay for tools like PDF converters for their employees or Acrobat licenses.
Oh,
Should
we
they be
can't
worried
afford
about their
Adobe.
employees going to like a Zamzar.com and uploading confidential company information so they can convert a PDF to a doc?
That's a no-no right there.
That's a big no-no.
How would you detect that with a detection rule if somebody were doing that? Would you have a list of domains that do that kind of thing?
That
put
should
that
be
in
on
the
a
rule?
blacklist feed.
That's all DLP.
Yeah,
That would
DLP
be
feed or something.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
So is DLP something a lot of companies enable? And would you
And for
say that
listeners, DLP means data loss prevention.
Yeah.
when it comes to DLP, which looks for patterns in data, matching things like social security numbers or data you don't want to get out of your company and flags it and does all that wonderful stuff, you need to have HTTPS enabled for it to be effective. You need to have HTTPS interception enabled so that you can man in the middle HTTPS traffic, which involves having a certificate on every box in a domain, unless you're using minimum proxy and you're a nation state actor with a root CA. So how, as somebody who's working as a defender, do you get an organization to push a change like putting a root CA in every box so that you can man in the middle traffic on a Palo Alto or a Fortinet box before it goes to the internet? Like,
if you're actually doing legitimate DLP, yes, you will have your own CA in place. But in terms of like data going out, you're going to have a blacklist of at least IP addresses and URLs or something.
I mean, those will run off of whatever firewall you've got. Usually, the big firewall vendors for your that would provide to organizations will have blacklists and big no-nos or whatever. And then you've got normally it'll be other countries and things like that. Anything that doesn't end in whatever country you're using or from. Excuse me.
.ru.
Yeah, big.ru. Yeah.
So say you've got a good DBL in place and you've got a good threat feed. How often should you remove things from your DBL once you put them in there? Because I think there's a hard limit on most.
It changes
devices.
every day. That's the point of analysts.
Should you constantly cycle what's in there or keep certain things in longer than others? How does that work?
It's a big circle. That's why you have security analysts, because they're the ones that determine if it's false positive or not, go back in and change the rules.
So say I'm getting a lot of botnet traffic. Do you think a wise decision from botnet scan traffic of, say, Mirai botnet would be to block all those IPs in a block list? Or do you think there might be a better way of addressing that situation?
That's where I would start is blocking the IP ranges that we found them from. But if they're coming from, say, DigitalOcean IPs or whatever, something that is a service, it's not going to make a difference. They can just jump to another service. It doesn't really matter. I would start looking for other IOCs, anything that they are using that might have been part of the infection, and start running through to see if I can find where the actual infection occurred and try and get rid of it that way.
Would you say that as a defender, if you are able to detect a malicious actor in your environment and cut off their access, the thrill you get from that is equal to the thrill that Sledge gets when he pops a shell in a box?
Having done this, having been part of a team that has dealt with threat actor prior to this moment in time, yes, it's awesome.
When I was blue team, man, we had some high-profile situations where the feds actually showed up with guns and everything. It was crazy, but that was fun because they were like, "Where are your logs?" And we're like, "They're right here. Company didn't tell you."
Yeah,
nice.
There's nothing quite like sticking it to the threat actor or the advanced persistent threat, which I'm pretty sure I should take a shot for, but my desk flask is oddly missing.
You always got to take a shot when you say apt. It's a rule.
That's
Drink some water. We won't know the difference.
We'll
play the drinking game.
Apt. So, would you say a lot of the time when they're saying somebody's an APT, that it oftentimes is not an APT, and they're just
absolutely. Yeah, that's a term that gets thrown around a lot.
Trying to make things look like they were worse because they did something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes,
that-
if you see a company
that
gets
term
breached
is way
and you read through the
overused.
stuff that they disclose, you will hear like an advanced persistent threat was able to gain and maintain access into the environment by using a 0-day vulnerability that was previously unknown. In reality, 0 days being the initial threat vector that gets somebody into a network. How often have you ever seen that happen? As a defender who's worked for a couple of years in the industry, for sure.
This splits off into two things, though. A, APT is overused. It basically means we don't know what the hell happened. And B, attribution is very difficult.
I would say attribution is more of an art than a science, but a lot of the times, even the people who are using the tools know enough to make it look like it's coming from somebody else.
Obfuscation tactics and techniques are absolutely out there, especially when you're talking about being hit with being hit by somebody and then being taking and making it appear that someone else did it via attribution techniques.
That's why we have the attribution dice. You just roll them. Whoever you roll,
Exactly.
the person
China
did it. It was China.
Can I?
It was a
Panda
panda.
bear.
Do those actually exist? Because I want a pair. I'd love that.
Yeah.
Man, I gave all mine away. I had
somebody,
8 cents.
Somebody hook me up. That'd be
It's
great.
I had 8 cents.
Offensive countermeasure store probably has it on there.
Okay.
If not, one of John Strand's companies has it on their shit.
All right. Cool.
You can also probably get a pair at DEF CON at somebody's booth somewhere.
I
Cool.
gave Recider a set too.
Right on.
Nice. All right, next question. Well, I like to pick people's brains because it's fun. As somebody who's been in the industry for a long time as a blue teamer, who seems to know their shit at this point, what's the best advice you would give to somebody who's just trying to get into the industry, who doesn't know what they want to do yet, but knows they want to work in it?
Also, something I'm dealing with right now. Learn, man. Just ask questions. Literally, just ask questions. There's a world of information out there. Not all of it's great, to be clear. Don't do a boot camp.
And people willing to fucking talk to you.
I have not done a boot camp, but I've dealt with people who have boot camped. Don't do a boot camp. Ask questions. Go to your local B-sides. I mean, there are groups that get together, information security groups. They're all over the internet. You can find good people to ask and learn from. In my career, I have been quite lucky to have kind of nudged a number of people my direction. Not nearly as many as Sledge up there, but still, it literally is a lot of it's making friends. I personally fell into InfoSec in college. I was an IT guy, and I was going to go be a programmer, and I didn't do very well programming because it was boring, which shout out to the programmers because I can't do it. Having said that,
that's a great misconception right there, that you need to be a great programmer to be an InfoSec.
Knowing some Python,
that's such a side
but I
tangent.
am not a programmer. It wasn't for me, and I did a year of that, and I hated it. And so I went back to college just to coming back to the college question. Don't go to college unless you want to meet people, because that's what it really gave me. But I went back to college because that's really the path that I ended up on, and I won't get too much in detail, but I ended up falling into it because I was taking an intro to security class with a professor that one of my now mentors had taken, and I approached him about it, asking about the professor, and he told me the professor would eat me alive. And I decided that day that wasn't going to happen. And so I approached the professor at the next class. I said, I'm going to deal with this. I'm going to beat this class's ass. We're going to get this done. And he said, do you want to join my information security group? Which was the local chapter of the ISSA. And I said, hell yes, that sounds like a fantastic idea. And I ended up their director of operations for a while. It was great. Made some really good friends, made lots and lots of good contacts I still have. And I just fell in the security life. And before that, I had been really interested in tools and tactics, the Wi-Fi pineapple, and I had rubber duckies and all kinds of other stuff for years that just had interested me in how they worked back in the 4chan days. There were tools, the low and high orbit ion cannon that, you hit the button and didn't understand what it did until, you got a little older and understood that, hey, don't do that. DDoS is bad. But allegedly. So like it's just I fell into it, and I asked a lot of questions and met a lot of people, and it genuinely was, for the people that I've met, I was able to get into security because I tried for years from the IT side, and I had such a problem where I was, where I am, and I guess where I was is the answer, and it literally was having competed in the collegiate cyber defense competition. I met a guy
Hey.
that I met. I met him, and we drank with them. Their group. It was us, and I think the other group was from Florida.
You're not talking about me, are you?
No, not you. You and I didn't meet until 17.
Oh,
That was a DEF CON thing. No, so we drank with them. Had party. We did great. It was a fun time, and I kept up with him. He was just on Facebook, whatever. And so he reaches out at, I believe it was DEF CON, the same year I met you, actually, Sledge. It would have been 17. And he said, "Hey, who's at DEF CON?" And I'm like, "Hey, I'm at DEF CON." Because I had sent myself, because my organization wouldn't send me. So I sent myself in 16 and 17. So I was like, "Hey, let's get a drink, whatever." So we met at the Circle Bar, and I bought him a drink, and I was like, "Hey, man, I'm looking for a new gig. Some stuff has happened, and I'm ready to make this."
of course, the Circle Bar.
Of course, the Circle Bar. Good memories. And I was like, "Man, I'm ready to make a career jump. I need something more than this, because I can't keep doing what I'm doing, because it is killing me slowly." And so, really, really long story short, about 6 months later, 7 months later, I end up in my first security gig, and boy, oh boy, was that a smack in the face. I knew a lot, but then I realized I knew nothing. As soon as I started learning more, I realized I knew nothing. And I walked into a SOC that was 3 guys in a closet and like 7 other people. And by the time I left that organization, which I have at this point, we were at 170 something. So I got to see everything from, we started with a bunk version of Logarithm and Darktrace, if you remember that, before Verizon got it. And not Darktrace, it was no, it was Darktrace. So some system anyway, to Splunk and ExtraHop and all of these platforms that we actually could learn and log, and really had response tactics and techniques and things that we could go and hunt and everything else. Because basically, to begin with, it was just us seeing alerts that we didn't understand, me and 2 other guys. There was one guy that was our senior, and then me and another guy. And it was just, we didn't know anything. And there was nothing to know other than these tools were just, they worked, but what does work mean, right? So having the opportunity to kind of be here just because of one person that I met, and kind of pivoting off of that to get to where I am today, is just the biggest thing. Go meet people. That's it. That's the secret. Go meet people. Go make friends. Go ask questions.
Absolutely.
I was asked the other day to put together, like, I'm putting together training, and I was asked about, what are the kinds of things that I'd want in my junior analysts, and ultimately, I can teach the technical part. I can teach how an IDS works. I can teach how to scan logs. I can teach all of this. Have a good attitude. Want to learn. Don't be an asshole. Like, it's really not
Absolutely.
difficult.
Yeah.
Like, I can deal with just about anything, but if you're difficult to work with, I don't want anything to do with you, and I don't think anybody else will either. But
And when it comes down to your point of meeting people, finding that guy, I try to be that guy.
He is, in fact, that guy. As I said, we've known each other for a number of years now, and he is that guy. And like, it's just, want to know things, want to understand. Listen to conversation to receive, not to respond. If you can do that, you'll do great things, man.
But like I said earlier, it's my mentality is be a gatekeeper or gate opener, not a gatekeeper.
Yep, that is correct. I stand on the shoulders of many giants that
We
helped
all
me
do.
in my career, that I would love to shout out, from the rooftops. I thank them because I would never have gotten where I am today without them. And even today, some of them are doing incredible things. It is my job to proliferate that. It is my job to pay that forward, because I will never be able to repay them, because that's not why they did it. It's my job to help the next generation.
The biggest influence I ever had was Brad Smith, aka the nurse at DEF CON. Before he died of cancer, he took me under his wing and just walked me around DEF CON, introducing me to all the speakers. So, like, I got signatures from fucking everybody. Like, just sit down and have a beer with these hardcore industry giants. And I was like, holy crap, this is awesome. And at the time, I was a really shy kind of kid. So he kind of opened me to the idea that these people are actually social and they will talk to you. If you go just up to them and say, hey, what's up? They'll talk to you.
Yeah, they're dope.
Don't be shy.
I think a lot of people put infosec rock stars, as they're called sometimes, on pedestals and don't realize they're real people who also enjoy interaction and talking and having fun, and doing interviews without pants on. Things like that. It's just, people forget.
That was funny. When he first did that CNBC article or interview, I straight up said in my office with everybody in the room, I was like, I bet you he's not wearing pants. The next day he confirmed it.
Yeah. It's fun. There's a lot of really interesting, like, fun social interaction stuff with the hacking community. At the same time, there's also some really volatile, nasty shit online with the hacking community and divisiveness and people arguing about stupid stuff. And I recommend, if you do get in the industry, just to stay away from that stuff and just focus on the positive. Try to put all that other crap out of your head.
Keep politics in your own house.
Yeah, it's everywhere, though. It's everywhere. And really focus on the love of the craft, right? And that's what it is. It's a craft, but it's also a lifestyle, man. You don't 9 to 5 and be a good infosec. It just doesn't work.
Correct.
To quote the late great Randy Powell, if you want to know how I've done so well, call me at 10 o'clock on a weekend. I'll be in my office.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Like, I think there's no more valuable learning experience than just sitting down and figuring shit out yourself when you run into a problem. It's okay to ask for help when you need it, but if you have the kind of mind where you can sit in front of a computer for 14 hours just to figure out some stupid problem, not because you need to figure it out, but because the fact that that problem exists and you want to be the one to find a solution for it without necessarily.
You learn so much doing that it's worth the frustration.
It is worth the rage quitting. It is worth all the frustration.
Wireless keyboards are easier to replace after you bash your head in with them than wired.
Mine's bent too.
Speaking of wireless keyboards, there was this cool thing I saw a few years ago where
Mark Newland,
son of a bitch.
I know.
Anyway, you can go and get a dongle that you normally use to control a drone that's got a really great range for a little Bluetooth dongle. Reprogram that sucker, and it can do keystroke injection attacks to all the keyboards in the vicinity of an area that are using wireless keyboards from popular chipsets. All those wonderful ducky payloads that you've probably got from playing with your rubber duckies can be new again. Dude, just do a little tweaking.
Not selling rubber duckies.
No, hang on. Did you see the Mark Newland? He made that NES controller with like 18 fucking ESP32 chips in them, to where he could walk around and just interject or basically send keystrokes to computers that were using Microsoft dongles for their keyboards. Cool. He could just walk around and just be like, take over your computer. He gave a talk about that at KSU the other year.
I really like the one that Camcar did.
Sammy's awesome, yeah.
I like when Camcar took apart the iMe. Took apart that iMe device and made it a universal garage door opener. I still don't understand the math he did there to be able to get through all the rolling codes very quickly.
Yeah, he was doing it with a goddamn toy.
Yeah, he reprogrammed a children's toy that has the same radio chipset, mind you, that those Flipper Zeros now have for comms. So good radio to reprogram at the time, I imagine.
Yep.
Uh,
I remember
and
that.
yeah, that was freaking awesome. Yeah.
I
Flipper
got
Zero.
3 of these motherfuckers.
I got 2 of them. One of mine's around here somewhere. I just don't know where it is. It might be in my bag in the other room. That's what it's at.
So I had
totally.
this dude.
I know a guy who doesn't use mine or anything, but he makes key cards for the pool at the HOA to get in.
I know a guy who's accidentally turned on your TV in your bedroom when playing with one of those. Whoops.
I might know a guy that did that at an airport and shut off all the TVs.
Theoretically, if a hotel, in order to get access to the pool, only requires a valid key card, but not necessarily one that's currently attached to an occupant staying in a room, couldn't somebody go to the box where people are dumping their key cards and take one and use that to get into the pool?
I'm
Without
not
even
aware of
having
a
to have a
box
flipper?
they could dump their key cards, but you can clone them.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking about a box that I'm talking about in the hotels. They have the boxes when you're checking out. You just dump your key card in the box rather than bring it to the front desk. And a lot of times, if you go by that box, there'll just be key cards scattered all around the damn place.
Oh yeah,
on the
you
floor.
could probably clone one of those and make it work.
I have used one of those to get into the hotel pool, despite the person obviously probably not still being in the hotel.
Or steal it, yeah.
I've also used them to get into the business center. A lot of the time, they just work. FISEC stuff. A lot of us find this kind of crap interesting. There's a lot of crossover, I think, hacker mentality stuff, where we like how locks work and like lock picking, even though not necessarily every hacker. Some people like to bypass doors and get into buildings with spray cans.
That's
fresh
actually
air.
the last video I posted was me doing that.
Yeah, I like a lot of the content like Deviant and his friends have put out with RTA. Him and I don't get along
I wanted
personally,
Deviant
unfortunately.
is one
but
I kind of want to talk
respect
shit, but I'm not
the
going
free content
to.
they put out there.
He does good work, but I hear a lot of bad things about him, and I'm like, I've met him once, and he was kind of a dick.
Let's not talk shit about anybody.
If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Yeah, that's what we
let's stick
established
to our
earlier.
guns there. I just would like to say that I have mad respect for anybody, regardless if I agree with them politically or not, who puts out content, consistently good content, and teaches people how to do stuff that they themselves took a long time to learn how to do, and makes it easier for other people who want to learn that. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I got into the physical side of security because I watched Steve's videos. Like, big shout out to that dude. As I said, big fan.
I like the elevator keys thing that he put out.
Yep.
Let's not talk about my experience with the elevator keys again. I don't want to relive that trauma. So I thought I was going to die in an elevator, stuck in it overnight after using an independent service mode key, and it jammed the elevator and wouldn't make it work again, and there was no power to the damn thing. It was fun. Let's not relive it again. Knowledge is power, and I think knowledge when applied is really good power. Anybody can collect tons and tons of hacking books, and like you're not reading them and trying to learn from them, you're a poser. And like I had a really good friend when
Hold on. Another point would be you can read it all day, but unless you put it into practice, you're not learning it.
You have to understand it, right? Like books mean nothing if you can't understand them.
It's got to be like muscle memory.
Like I can read a Metasploit book from Dave Kennedy and understand it. I can read Georgia Weidman's pen testing book and understand it. If I pick up PRC or GTFO and try and understand what those freaking guys did, it's like Chinese to me sometimes. But I still have mad respect for people who are able to like reprogram a TR-380 and make it act like the world's best radio on a cheap freaking platform, and all these people who like literally do it just to do it rather than do it because of fame or because they want to like build a business off of it or any kind of crap like that. They do it because it's fun to do it, and I have mad respect for that kind of hacking.
Yep.
When I used to do stuff out in New York with the SummerCon conference every year, these dudes from Red Balloon came in and we're talking about like hardware hacking, and that got me into that a little bit for a while. Should definitely go back to following up and getting better at it. But it's so fascinating to me, the kind of shit that they do. Like literally going on to a board and getting the JTAG pins, even if they're not there,
Yeah.
and like finding where they are and booting the device and glitching it at boot and getting in like under and being able to dump firmware of the device, then just running strings on it and finding like the root password to maybe a port that's exposed on UDP that you didn't even know was running, and have like a backdoor into a thing. It's so freaking cool.
Finding the oscillation rate for the frequency to dump the firmware, that's fun too. Like, it's cool shit.
And the side channel attacks that come as a result of some of this is really cool. Like power line analysis to get what keys were typed on a keyboard. If you have like, it's amazing what kind of shit that they can do. You look in the Ant catalog that was leaked. There's some cool shit in there that has since been reverse engineered too. But like, I find that whole thing very fascinating, but also not usually what you're going to do when you're pen testing or hacking on a normal kind of scale. Average,
I've done some physicals and IoT stuff. I mean, I can't say vendor names, but I found a way to open cash registers just by in-mapping a printer port.
And I've found ways of making printers spit out hundreds of pages of garbage just by running a vulnerability scan.
I have too. You unclick. There's a reason. There's a reason that button is there in Nessus.
Found out
some lady came up to me with this big ass fucking stack of paper. She's like, "Was this you?" And I'm like, "Oh fuck."
Found out you can talk to Pixis boxes in Pixis medication machines through PowerShell and just pop them open. Good stuff.
I'm a big fan of the denial of pleasure attacks that they did 2 years ago at DEF CON, making all the vibrators go off at the same time with Bluetooth, or make it so that they brick the vibrators and the freaking chastity belt things. It's hilarious.
That was a fun one.
It was freaking very funny. And calling it denial of pleasure is just like icing on the cake
it's
there.
Perfect. It's perfect.
The biohacking village has some cool shit with like hacking medical machines, even though you have to sign an NDA and can't talk about it after, supposedly. But like, and the voting machine village at DEF CON, all that shit's a lot of fun.
Oh shit! Last year they got in trouble.
Again?
Yep.
Again.
I had to deal
years
with
ago too.
I had to deal with it last year because I was running that hallway as a goon.
Yeah. What
got
happened?
in trouble.
You can share.
I don't know exactly the details, but we had to shut it down for a few hours.
Did somebody use a exploit they should not have used, or did they do something that was against the rules of the village? Or
I think it was a biohazard situation, but I'm not entirely sure. So
was
don't
somebody
quote me.
scared shitless?
Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I don't think I heard the details. I was just told to shut it down.
Didn't we have a bomb threat last year too?
I was there actually, and I'm supposed to be receiving a pin for it because I was off duty. I saw the motherfucker walk in with the box and everything. It was an empty box, and then somebody called in a fake bomb threat on it.
That's no bueno.
We got that whole building evacuated in under 10 minutes, so that was cool.
And we wonder why no freaking hotel will let us do DEF CON there anymore.
Yeah.
So how do you think it's going to go at the convention center this year?
Dude, I can't talk too much about it, but my hopes are not very high.
This seems to be the consensus among the people who I've talked to. Back to defense. Are there any great defensive security conferences equivalent to DEF CON for offense, or is DEF CON good for defense as well?
Yeah, there's a lot of good at DEF CON for defense too.
So if somebody's at DEF CON and they're more interested in the defensive side of things, what villages or talks should they focus on, or tracks?
Ooh, that's a rough question. I also don't have an answer for that. I know I've picked up a couple of things that have gone along, and I'll go watch old DEF CON videos. But the couple of years I've been there, and I haven't been in quite a while because my schedule rarely ever lines up. I've always been there for red teaming stuff. Because again, that's where I can practice one in the day and then the other at night, as it were.
There you go.
I will add to this that the Cyber Mentor does have an analyst course now on his repertoire that's really good.
That's TRM Labs, right?
TCM.
ECM Lab.
TCM. Sorry.
Yeah, that's oh god, what's his name? Oh man, I can't remember his name. That's not great. Heath Adams.
Yeah.
There we go. That's it. He's I've actually gone
Whoever I'm
and done a
paying
couple
$25
reports, too.
a month
He's
to.
great.
Okay.
He's great. I actually like them. I like
I've
TCM
seen
a lot.
his. I've seen his content. I even subscribed to his labs where you can kind of like go in. He does good shit. Props to him.
His videos are cheesy, kind of like Network Chuck, but his content is great.
Network Chuck's got on him, and Network Chuck also has his own thing he does where with paid content, mind you. But I think the thing Network Chuck has over the Cyber Mentor is that overwhelming enthusiasm and like smiley kind of giddiness that just makes you like, even if you're like, this is kind of cheesy, you just keep watching because he's like freaking Charles Schreier, BSD Bandit. Like the dude is just so freaking positive. It's hard to not like him.
And the way he acts, it's like his name should be Network Chad.
Yeah, I love Chuck. He's great. His coffee's also not bad either. I've got some of it in the other room.
Nice.
I learned a lot from Network Chuck actually.
Yeah, he makes quality content, I would argue. And like even the stuff that is a bit cheesy, even if you like know it, sometimes just watching those videos you learn about a new tool you didn't know about before. Even if you know like the overarching thing he's talking about. I've learned about Twingate from when he was doing it, and like that's become a really useful thing when I'm trying to set up networks and don't want to do port forwarding. And like he really does good work, and like I shout out to the people in the industry who actually put out quality content, don't charge an arm and a leg for it. Or even if you are going to charge for your content, to have some quality free stuff, I think is amazing. So good for the people who do that.
Man, I wish like Network Chuck or, well, TCM I wouldn't put in this category, but like Network Chuck specifically, he is so high level. I see some of his videos and I'm like, dude, let me talk to you for 5 minutes. I'll tell you some other cool stuff you could talk about.
He is good at high level, right? But he does give you the console commands that he uses and all that shit in his videos, which is like, if you don't want to retype it, that's good. You should retype it, mind you, because then you have the muscle memory and you remember stuff. But sometimes it's nice if you want to like replicate something he's done to have all that available, so you can take it into ChatGPT and tell it to make you a bash script to just do it for you. Anyway, so I digress. I really do love free content. Like it is the best, especially when you're getting into this. If you don't have a lot of money, my own personal story, a few years ago, I was homeless. Like after DEF CON, I had lost my freaking brain and went to a psych ward repeatedly and was unable to make a meaningful comeback into society for a bit, right? Got divorced, was homeless. My buddy from Tool, New York, Click, sent me a laptop.
Hey.
Click is the man, by the way. He went to like the local store where they do laptop refurbs. He got me one with pretty good specs, sent it to me.
One of the guys from Tool just sent me a keyboard.
Tool is awesome. I have mad respect for a lot of the Tool people. They generally seem to just be compassionate about sharing stuff. But regardless, so Click sends me a laptop from wherever the hell he was in the world at that time, which was not my state. And I used that to get a job while living in a halfway house at a SOC. And it wasn't initially like I was going to lead the SOC or anything. I was just going to be another analyst. But once I got in there, I had been very into InfoSec for a long time, as you could probably guess by the fact that I lost my brain at DEF CON. So I was able.
You got drunk, I got it.
I got worse than that. I was able to rebuild my whole freaking life within 7 years, and now I have a wonderful fiance. I live in Las Vegas. I've got a good paying job, and I got a good group of friends that are completely different than the friends I had then. Good. All because somebody, when I was in need, was like, I'm going to send you a laptop. And not only him, I had another friend who He used to be on our cast. He doesn't really come on too often. I'm not going to mention his name in case he doesn't want it mentioned. But he shared with me an ebook library of like all the hacking books he had ever collected and his recipe library for cooking food for like cheap. And I was able to put both of those libraries to very good use. I went from being a level 1 SOC analyst to running the SOC in less than 3 months. And then from there, I was able to use that experience to pivot and get even better jobs down the line once COVID kind of happened. And, you know, the SOC kind of had issues with clients not paying bills and we had to shut it down. Like I was able to take that experience and the job role that I had gotten and pivot. And then I was doing like pen testing at one point for 6 months on my own, just making money. And I probably shouldn't have done it the way I did back then. I learned a lot though, but like I was literally just doing it with like no insurance, like an idiot. Luckily I didn't have any issues, but now I always have insurance and all that fun stuff. But like I really was able to go blue to red a lot quicker than I think most people, because I was always kind of messing with stuff I shouldn't have. But I definitely don't recommend you go my route if you're interested in InfoSec. There's a lot of routes you can go. College not necessarily being the best one, but Sledge talked about how he started to a degree. Did you say you started in help desk at one point, or what was your initial vector?
My initial first job in IT was basically sysadmin for porn sites.
Nice.
I worked for the company that runs, I don't know, should I say Chatterbait?
Did you keep any backdoor access?
I can't I can't confirm or deny, but there were some things.
At one point, I think they said the most likely way to get a virus on your computer was porn sites. I think now it's religious sites, believe it or not. But yeah, it's interesting.
That's not hard to believe, actually.
But hold up, though. You told that story, and I kind of want to tell another story. Because you were saying that you were homeless and whatever, and the 3 people ago that I helped out with was in the same situation. And he was a CS major. So he had that degree and everything, but didn't have any money, didn't have a job, got laid off from blah, 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 wherever. I'm not going to say the company, but it was a big company. And I started talking to him on Discord through my wife at the time. And I said, hey, come over. And we started talking. I was like, dude, check out cybersecurity. And then from there, he ended up moving in, being my apprentice, basically. And now he's about to become a senior at this other pen test company.
Awesome.
And then there's this other guy that was in a similar position back in 2016, 2015, to where he didn't have a job, but I had connections, you know people. So I put him in contact, talked him up, me and some friends gave him the motivation over some meetings, and now he's literally running the business. It's pretty freaking cool. It's good to have friends in your corner.
Absolutely. It's a good community. That's why, even though there's some trouble in our community with people trying to be divisive intentionally and cause rifts, overall, there are some of the best people you'll ever meet in this industry who are complete badasses and at the same time very willing to help people who need help. And I think it's like unlike any other industry in terms of the kind of connections and friendships you will make, which is one of the big driving factors for a lot of people who are in this industry and staying in it. Even, it's
like the last time I met a gatekeeper,
having really good people.
The last time I encountered a gatekeeper, like one of those fucking assholes, was at CCDC, when I was doing red team for them. He's just like walking around shoulder surfing. Why the hell are you running that command instead of this command? I'm like, dude, I'm smarter than you. Fuck off.
I had this one where when I was at the SOC that I started at, that was not the first SOC I ever worked at, mind you, but it's the one I worked at for a while. We had I was at this point the head of the SOC, like running day-to-day operations, and had a few analysts who I was training. And one was an intern, one was like a junior analyst. Things were going pretty well, and we were doing some white-labeled pen tests for some clients of ours. And I remember looking over one of these pen test reports that we had gotten.
Can I put a pause here real quick?
Yeah.
For our listeners, define white label.
Sure. So white label is when you are doing a test, but you're not. You're like
on behalf of someone else.
Thank you. It's hard to articulate sometimes. But the gist of it is we were branding it under our name, like we did it, but somebody else did the work, and we had white labeled it under them. So
yes, I'm
looking over the dude's report, and I'm like, this is complete horseshit. This is not a good pen test report. And I, at the time, didn't consider myself to be a red teamer by any standard. I had hacked a few things in my day, mind you, but not like using a lot of the tools that we would use during pen testing, just being an asshole and like knowing my way around computers and doing stupid shit. But even looking at this report, I was like, I could have done a better job. So I talked to the boss at the time and asked if I could lead up the pen testing from that point on, even though I was fairly inexperienced at the time, actually very. And I threw myself into it, and I read everything I could. I got pretty good at it very quickly. And when I did a retest for that client, I found 6 other ways to get into the network that guy didn't document, and none of them were low-hanging fruit. And I was very proud of myself. Like I generally to go from being the dude who's running the SOC, it's a defensive position, to being the guy who just took over pen testing, mostly through social engineering, I would argue, because I just made a case that I could have done a better job. And he's like, well, if you think you could do a better job, let's have you take the next one. And I impressed the shit out of him. And I got to continue to do that after that, and was running a team of other pen testers and signing off on their work despite not having any credentials to really do so. It was amazing to go from zero to that so quickly. Within like the course of 2 years of being homeless, now I'm the dude who pen testers need to run their shit through before we give it to the client. And then me also taking a bunch of the pen tests and doing them myself, so we didn't have to outsource, so the company was making more money and I looked good. It was really a great experience. I try to avoid that particular word, but yeah, it's great, man. This industry is unlike any other, and I think we all should be grateful sometimes for like what has come, because it could have gone very badly if it gone like multiple points throughout the history of what we do for a living now could have gone down a very dark path of what's allowed, what's not allowed. This whole industry might not exist if not for a few people who really pushed for things.
Yeah, back in the day, it was the Wild West.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And like now we've got pen test execution standard, which definitely needs to be updated, mind you. And like we got all these frameworks out there for pen testing and standards and policies and tools and procedures and tactics. At the end of the day, I don't think any of them can really substitute for the experience. And you only get that by doing, not by watching. So get your hands dirty. If you want to do it, get your hands dirty, and not necessarily like go break into somebody's shit, but set up a lab.
That's why Hack the Box is important.
Go find old. You can do it in AWS or Azure. Cloud instances are cheap, but you can also go find old hardware and set up a lab. It doesn't have to be super powerful. You can do.
Man,
it's not. The barriers to injury are much lower than they were. I would very confidently say we're
correct. You are correct. But goddamn, we have so many more things we could talk about. Maybe we should split this up into different episodes.
Yeah, we've been going 4 hours and 13 minutes. I think it's a good stopping point if you guys want to stop, or if you guys want to have one final topic to wrap it up. I'm good. I actually have to put together tomorrow's threat intelligence briefing anyway. And it's 7:00 at night here, and I got off of work at 3. So
wait, what time zone are you in?
It's 7:00 for you.
It's 10 over here.
I know you guys have 3 hours more the other way.
Where are you at?
I'm in Vegas, where DEF CON
Yeah.
happens. Remember?
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
you said that earlier.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
At least for now. I'm probably going to go somewhere else because it's expensive here and people suck.
Mhm.
So, Sledge, for the outro, for the one takeaway that somebody who's sat through this for 4 hours listening to us talk about all different topics, what would you say the most important takeaway is that they can take home and put that knowledge in the bank that will make them some dividends?
Get out of your house and away from the keyboard and have conversations like what we just had. Meet people, talk, learn from each other.
Excellent takeaway.
And
Crowd strong. Sorry.
Sorry.
What would you say your takeaway is?
The same, and make sure that you have a good attitude and want it more than the next guy.
Never give up. Never surrender.
never surrender.
You can genuinely do anything if you decide that's what you're going to do. Like, truly put your soul in it. Do it. You can do anything.
Believe it. That's my Nindo way.
That's it. Oh man. It's let's see. In a fight, it's the guy who's willing to die that's gonna win that fight, right? Want it more than the other guy.
Man, we could have an entire other podcast about resume writing or cloud security or so many different topics.
About why putting a canary token in a resume you're sending to an employer might not be a good idea.
Oh, Norton got set off. What?
If y'all want to party again, y'all know how to find me.
I don't know how to find you, but Sledge does, so I'll go through him
he
and
does.
find you.
I appreciate the offhanded invite though.
This was
Thank
fun.
you very
I'd
much
do it
for
again.
coming.
Yeah,
Yeah, man,
sure.
we do it every Monday. Just hop on whenever. I mean, I'll add you to our group chat there, and
Right
if
on.
you want, and you just feel free to hop on whenever we do it because it's fun.
Right on.
And this is my socialization for the week because I don't get out because I'm always working. So this is fun.
Do
And
you
thank
have a website or a URL for this podcast for sharing?
We just do it on Iron Geek's channel for now on Adrian Crenshaw's YouTube, and we broadcast it on X as well, live streamed under the CounterSurveil account. I do have a website, CounterSurveil.net, which was when we were going to do an educational event that got definitely delayed. I might just rebrand that to be for the podcast. I haven't gotten
You
around
should
to
have
it yet.
one specifically for the podcast,
I'll do that.
or
It's,
like at least bare minimum your own YouTube account, unless you're directly underneath Adrian Crenshaw's.
So I like to broadcast Adrian's mostly because this is where we used to do it every Wednesday for like 5 years. And I would like to get Adrian back into podcasting as well. It's just he's been a bit disenfranchised with all the people being mean to him on the internet lately.
Yeah.
And he's less inclined to hop on because of that. But I think we'll get him back, especially when we gather more momentum and have this be a regular thing. He hopped on for the first one for a little bit, and I think we can recapture some of the glory days with the Iron Geek podcast. But
That'd be cool.
I like
I used to
CounterSurveil.
watch. I used to watch Iron Geek every fucking day.
Dude, his channel is literally a wealth of knowledge that cannot be replicated. That he was the only one to think, hey, rather than just like having these conferences and having that knowledge forgotten about later, why doesn't somebody record it and put it on the internet so anybody who couldn't go to the conference can see that? And I think,
Yep.
like, freaking first person to come up with the idea to do that, and he did it well, and he still does it from time to time. And I think credit is due for him, and a lot of people just don't recognize where stuff has come from, and instead are just assholes. But
Yeah.
we can be
He
better.
He set a standard.
He did, and you know what? I am proud to call him a friend because he is one of the most compassionate, caring, and loving people I know. And sometimes when he gets drunk and people piss him off, he says stupid shit on the internet. But don't judge a book by one post on Twitter when you're
Yeah.
pissed off.
Fuck cancel culture.
I really dislike it. Here's my takeaway. You guys had great ones. If you want to get into this industry and you want to learn, you need to live and breathe this shit. It's not a 9 to 5 job where you can do it and you're going to be happy and satisfied and be good at it. You might be okay for a few years and get some knowledge under your belt if you just treat it like a 9 to 5.
Cushy for a minute.
If you want to like really be awesome at it, you got to live and breathe it. It's got to be like part of you. And the more you understand how things work under the hood, the more scared you may be, but at the same time, the more equipped you are to deal with shit when it happens that you may have never thought would ever happen, because you're one of the few people who decided to take a peek under the hood and figure out how shit works rather than just go along with it works, that's good enough for me. And we need more people who are willing to put in the effort and really become true hackers in the mindset of a hacker, of always wanting to learn and always wanting to build and fix and make things do what they might not have been designed to do, but for good and not for evil. And I hope we have a whole new generation of hackers who get the right ethos and don't end up script kiddies with CISO degrees under their belt from colleges.
God, that's a whole other conversation we could have.
And we shall, maybe next week. So
I would propose a question. Take a note. Is it worth getting a CISSP?
If you want to be management and you want to have HR sign off on you being a management person for leading an InfoSec team, by all means. It's also good if you're doing sales engineering to have that under your belt. These degrees don't really prove that you know shit other than how to regurgitate, not degrees, mind you, certs, but they don't prove anything other than you know how to regurgitate a question answer bank on demand once you've studied it enough. I like practical stuff like OSCV because it means at least you know how to use the tools that you're using when you're going to be doing testing. It's applicable, it's hands-on, even if it is, like you've aptly said, a CTF type environment instead of what you'll actually really experience. Still a good experience to learn. And with that,
hold on. Well, I guess we could wrap up real quick, but another point would be, another question we could talk about later would be, is it worth getting a top secret clearance?
If you're going to be working on site and you want to work for the government and you are okay never smoking pot or doing engaging with people who might be considered hackers in real life, where you can have conversations with them and want to do all those things that are involved in that, by all means. And I think the NSA does need pretty talented hackers.
I could talk about that topic for hours because I went through it and I'm like, yeah, my conclusion is no, don't get one. Fuck that job.
It really depends on what you're interested in. I'd argue, if you are the kind of person who wants to do that and needs that clearance to get the job that you want, by all means, use it as a stepping stone, but don't consider it the end all be all, or don't think just because you have a TSC that you know more than the average hacker, because all it is another piece of paper.
It's a $10,000 piece of paper.
It's more than that now, and it requires sponsorship from a company and like 6 months plus investment from them in you before you can even get it, and sometimes you might not get it. That being said, if you are going to be doing like offensive cyber operations, I think there are certain things you can do legally if you're working for the government that you can't do otherwise that could be interesting, but that is a whole nother conversation for another day.
That could be a whole nother conversation. But anyways, let's all sign off and call it a night, I guess.
Sounds good. I'm going to hit this button and see if it actually works.
Well, let's do our sign off. Screwed that one up.
Someday I'll get it right. Put all the memes up. There's a duck up there for some reason. That's an option.
CounterSurveil, we're right here. Crypto dreams and data streams. Listen close, it's closer than it seems. Fix the flaws, see through the smog. CounterSurveil, join the blog. Oh, information overflow. What we reap is what we sow. In this world of endless flow, fast we need to try and know. Hackers invitations crawl. Watch a battle break your wall. CounterSurveil standing tall. Together we decode it all. It all.
Thank you all for joining us for 4 hours and 24 minutes, possibly the longest podcast we have done yet, which we intended to be 2 hours and went over by 2.5 hours. But it was fun. What are you still doing here? Go home. Go touch some grass. Go outside. What are you still doing here, 24 people?
Go like a wall.
Go away. Thank you once again for spending your most valuable resource, which is your time, hanging out with us here in this weird little podcast that we chose to do. We appreciate all of you who watch. We appreciate all of you who want to learn. And I'm going to hit that button to end the stream in 5, 4, 3.
Cheers,
2,
folks.
1. We are off.